Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Council meeting of December the 9th, 2025. Mr. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Freitas.
Present.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Burnell.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 5:01 p.m.
All right, thank you. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, do we have any public comments on closed session items for tonight?
Yes, we have 3 comment cards. Can we please have Christina Garcia, followed by Alicia Lacey, and then Devin Williams?
Hi, my name is Christina Garcia. I'm the Assistant City Clerk for the City of Antioch. I've been employed for 23 years, and I am sad to say that the city is not moving forward. It's not moving forward. December 10th, 2024, Mayor Freitas said he reported the city was in noncompliance with City Manager Scott's contract since performance goals and objectives had not been created within the first 30 days. He requested council begin the dialogue with City Manager Scott to articulate their goals and objectives. He also requested the future agenda items. Blah, blah, blah. Discussion on hiring a new city manager. So unprofessional. Human resources is your background. The laws have changed since then. It's unfortunate that it is 9 times the city manager evaluation has come to this council. December 19th, 2024, January 14th, 2025, February 19th, March 25th, April 8th, April 9th, May 12th, November 20th, and tonight, December 9th. It's unfortunate. This city manager is a certified inspector general. She has a master's in public policy. She has an executive master's in public administration. She is the 2022 Changemaker of the Year from the University of Washington. She is 2024, she won the Knighton Award as a Deputy Inspector General. I ask you this, on December 19th, the first 30 days, what are your goals and objectives that you have given to the city manager? I'm assuming you wanted success, and I'm speaking to you, Ron Bernal, and I'm speaking to you, Mayor Freitas. I see that you can't even acknowledge and give the city manager the respect that she deserves. Is it because she's a woman? I speak that because you don't even respect our mayor for the city of Antioch. You don't even respect him. So you're not gonna respect her. And it's unfortunate that the change that she's brought to this city, with the assistance of past Chief Addington, Chief Ehill, Captain Bittner, and everything, all the staff, department heads, her leadership, turning the city around, and you continue to screw with her evaluation. After a year, she's supposed to have the First Amendment to her evaluation. I ask you this, what does the evaluation look like? What are the goals and objectives? I think the public has the right to know. I think the public has the right to know what questions are being asked. Are they the same questions when you were the city manager? Or are they changed because she's a woman? This city does not want to move forward. It's unfortunate. It wasn't until 9/15/2025 the city council had a priority setting agenda past 30 days that you stated, December 10th, that it should have happened. It's unfortunate that January 24th, the city attorney was let go, and he was resigned.
Alicia Lacey-Oa.
Well, well, well. I am standing here again today, almost 3 weeks later, after I had already stated that this nonsense needs to stop. And I'm here again. But I'm not here to represent APOC. I'm here to represent the East Contra Costa County NAACP. where I am the second vice president. And I come before you on behalf of our president and our entire branch to say once again, this foolishness, as my grandmother would call it, has to stop. From the moment Ms. Scott stepped into her role as city manager, she has been met with nothing but total disrespect. Let me repeat that again. She has been met with nothing but total disrespect and suspicion. And at times, she has been attacked by the community members, by certain community members. And now, nearly a year later, after she has come on board, she is facing ongoing harassment, and I call it bully. And that's the way I see it. This is a form of bullying her. Now, I don't like to play the race card, but what else could it be? This is a woman who is educated. She's an educated Black woman, like I am. She has 2 master's degrees, and I have 1. So I'm trying to figure out what is the problem here. But let me get to my point. Antioch is facing numerous challenges. And if you look at the grand jury report going back to June of 2024, what it stated was that the city can only be successful if a city manager was hired. And it also stated what the role of the city manager was. So I'm going to ask you again, what is the problem? She's doing her job effectively. She has been effective on her job from day one. It's a shame this is the 9th time that her evaluation is coming up. I got a call last night, a text message about it last night. And I say, oh no, I will be here today, and I'm going to keep coming here, and NAAC will continue to be coming to speak on her behalf. Thank you.
Devin Williams, followed by Kimberly Cadal Bailey, and then LaShunda McDowell.
Good evening. Once again, I'm going to speak up. I'm going to rise to speak for our city manager, and I want to be really clear about something that's been happening in our city. Our city manager is being undermined in ways that are not only unprofessional, but deeply unfair, and it's time that we say that out loud. We cannot hold a Black woman in leadership to a different standard than people who came before her. Accountability should be consistent, not selective. When we start moving the goalpost, once again, depending on who's in the seat, that's not oversight, that's bias dressed up as concern. And on the topic of funding, because that's something about this just didn't sit right with me, I want to address the narrative that Joy Motz somehow deserves more money or recognition for work that she's doing in the city. She's doing good work, and no one is denying that. I'm not denying that. But she is not the only one here serving the community. There are organizations like Prison from the Inside Out, Back on Track, who are reaching out to our most underserved communities who don't get the chance to show up here and speak for themselves because they work a lot. They don't know that they can come to speak in public because they're sometimes intimidated. They don't have the privilege sometimes to talk proximity to power, to talk truth to power, and make their needs heard. Antioch is strongest when resources are shared and not hoarded, when we uplift all the groups doing the heavy lifting, not just the ones with the loudest voice or the longest resume. This city belongs to all of us, and so does the responsibility to lead with fairness, integrity, and equity. And I'll just piggyback off of what my second vice president of NAACP, because I'm the third vice, and I want to speak up for our branch because we want to empower all peoples of color in this community, but that's not excluding anyone else. I believe that City Manager Scott deserves to be here, deserves to be treated with integrity and some dignity, even though she is a woman of color, and that is classically the most intimidating thing in our country. Even though y'all have fought for us, women who looked like you throughout the decades have fought for us to be here, standing here, speaking up. And as a black man, I want to help uplift that mantle that you guys have. And so thank you.
Kimberly Cadal Bailey, followed by LaShunda McDowell.
And it's Kidd, K-I-D-D.
Oh, Kidd,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Kimberly
that's
Kidd
okay.
Bailey,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry.
I haven't been here in a long time. Good to see you all. I just received a phone call today about City Manager Scott, and I was shocked because I look at next door and the community has nothing but good things to say about her. So I was shocked when I got the call about this meeting tonight. Before she even got here, before she even got in the seat, she was already being disrespected. Before we even seen her face, she was already being disrespected. The last time I was at a city council meeting, she was being praised for whatever she was doing at the time. I'll bring my notes the next time I come here. So I'm just shocked that we're in here today about her performance. She hasn't even been here a year, I don't think, or barely a year. And 9 performance evaluations, that's outlandish. To me, it is anyway. And I hate to bring up the race and gender card, but I believe that's what it is. She's a very educated black woman. She's not a man. She's not a white man sitting in the chair where I'm sure some of you would want to be sitting there. She's a very educated black woman that's capable of doing a very good job according to the Antioch community. If you go and scan, you'll see that they're pleased with her. And it's not just black people, it's people of all different ethnicities. So I just don't understand why we're here today. That's it.
LaShunda McDowell, followed by Chair Portia Taylor.
How you guys doing? Speaking is not my strong point. I get nervous every time I come up here, but what I wanted to say is I started coming frequently to the city council meetings, and from the day you guys were appointed, you know, a evaluation was recommended, and it wasn't even at her 6-month mark. That spoke volumes from day one, from the day you guys were appointed. Mr. Freitas asked for an evaluation from that point on. And then moving forward, Miss Scott came and she asked for help. She named areas. She gave a very detailed report of the needs she needed to be able to accomplish her job. All of her needs were denied, and yet you're still evaluating her, but you're not helping her to do what is necessary. So my question is, when you guys were sitting in that same seat, did you have this amount of pressure? Did you ask for this help? Were you denied? And then did you have this many evaluations put on you? Because 2 of you sitting up there have been in her seat, and you know what the job is. So, you know, I'm not gonna speak on the race. I'm just going to speak on the fact that you know what the job is, you know what's all involved, you see that she asked for help, you did not give it, and yet we're here asking for evaluations over and over and over again. What are you doing to make her job be easy for her? Or not easy, what's the word? Not even accommodating. What are you doing to make it reachable for anyone to do their job? A job, an employer is supposed to be supportive, and that's not seeming like what she's getting. okay? So I'm in support of Mrs. Scott, and I hope that you guys can, as her employers, as her colleagues, get behind her too. Help her to do the job that you need her to do if she's not doing it up to your standards, okay?
Chair of APOC, Portia Taylor.
We're just going to be Portia Taylor tonight, but thank you. Similar to my sister, I do not like public speaking, so I am a reader. I want to begin by expressing my deep disappointment that once again we are here discussing the employment and job security of our city manager, Bessie Scott. This conversation is not only unsettling, it is disheartening for a community that has watched her do exactly what she was hired to do. Ms. Scott came into this city and went straight to work. She did not just manage operations, she did something many before her could not and still cannot do. She began rebuilding trust, the trust that some of you may be responsible for breaking. She created space for dialogue with community members who would not even sit in a room together. That kind of bridge building is not easy, and it is certainly not accidental. I want to speak to the issue of fair opportunity and fairness in review. If this council believes in accountability, then accountability must be rooted in clear standards, consistent process, and good faith reasoning, not shifting expectations or reactionary review. Random or selective scrutiny sends a message not just to one employee, but to every professional watching how this city reacts or treats its leadership. I want to ask reasonable questions. How would members of this council feel if your own roles were placed under sudden review? Not based on objective outcomes, but on whether the campaign promises made during election season were fully realized. Governing is complex, progress is layered, and no serious leader should be judged on moving targets. Tonight is also an opportunity to express gratitude. Cities do not function without experienced, steady leadership. When we have someone who is willing to step into the hard space that our city manager did, listen to uncomfortable truths, and move this city forward, we should all be thankful, especially y'all sitting up there, not reactionary. Finally, I want to remind us all that professional respect matters. We can disagree, we can hold different opinions, but we must remain graceful with our work, peers, especially when personal viewpoints do not align. The tone we set here reverberates through the city staff, community partners, and residents alike. Antioch deserves the stability that Ms. Scott is bringing. It deserves fairness, and it deserves leadership that is supported to do the work we asked them to do. Thank you.
We have no further comment cards.
All right, thank you. With that, Mr. City Attorney, will you please Yeah, go ahead.
You know, nothing that was said tonight behind me, it's all true. You guys need to stop wasting time. It's frustrating, as you can tell in my voice. It's frustrating, as you can hear in my voice. Instead of wasting everybody's time, go back there, give her an extension, move on, get some stability. Thanks.
Bob Martin.
Good evening, excuse me, council members and staff. I just want to rise in support of Ms. Scott. I've only had brief interactions with her over the last 6 or 8 months. I find her very approachable, extremely intelligent, well-versed in the topics that I think can move Antioch forward. She, in my opinion, was kind of thrown in the midst of a dysfunctional family picnic here that she's got to sort of clean up a little bit. So it's no small task, and I don't think it's made any easier with some of the behavior that's going on. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to the grand jury report until just this week, as I was doing background before coming to this meeting. And it's a little alarming to me that we're on our 9th employee review in a 12-month period. That's not an employee review, that's a harassment campaign. And it's unfortunate that Antioch hasn't kind of grown out of that, but I'd like to see you do better. And I hope you consider doing so. Thank you.
Annette Taylor.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Annette Taylor, and I've been a resident of Antioch for approximately 25 years. When I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and when I moved back to the area, I resided out here in Contra Costa County. And prior to moving out here, I worked as a lender. So I've seen a lot of the politics, especially once I moved here to Antioch. And I just want to first off say that I'm standing here in solidarity with City Mayor Scott. I think she's been doing a great job, and I've come to meetings periodically, even before she came here. I tried to meet you. I'm from Seattle. I tried to meet you before you came here, and everybody that I know from the Seattle Mayor, Bruce Harrell, who I attended high school with, and everybody had wonderful things to say about you and how we were going to be just really in a really good place when you got here. I've seen the city managers the times that I've been working out here and that I've lived out here, and I can say she's done an exceptional job. And it angers me that I hear that in 12 months she's had you know, the number of evaluations. That is harassment. It really, really is harassment. And it falls on your lap, Mayor. And I think you need to really step up your leadership, because we have a really good city manager here. And I don't get up and talk in front of people. I serve my community. I'm a nonprofit too, you know, and you know, people, I've come here and I've seen people get money, and people of color don't get a lot of money. We don't hear about a lot of different things, but all of a sudden now everything is starting to rise to the top. So I want to put you guys on notice. I will have my church, everybody that I know here in the city of Antioch, because you guys are harassing this woman. It's not that I've heard about her qualifications, so it's not that. There's some personal issues that are going on here. And I don't play the race card, because we already know what it is. We already know what it is. We've never had a female, since I've been here, we haven't had a female city manager. We haven't, I think we did have an interim city manager, but that person was being harassed. But there was a campaign against this woman before she even arrived here. And she's doing some good stuff. We want to keep her here, Mayor Bernal. Okay? We want you to know that, and we're putting you on notice. Thank you.
Ron Lujan.
Greetings to the mayor and my council person, the rest of the council. My name is Ron Muhammad, and I'm a resident here. And I always like to say I'm a shareholder in the Corporation of Antioch. I have had my interactions, or I tried to have interactions with different folk on the council. And as servants, or our greatest advocates as elected officials, we look for leadership. And though I may disagree with some of you sometimes, I don't believe that it could be a fair evaluation of no one, because you guys haven't worked together yet. For whatever reason, it's always, you know, this side or that side. And so the effort or the blame is not to be put on anyone in particular. You guys got to try to make a greater effort to work together, because our city needs to get an ID, identification of who we are and where we are and which way we're moving. And the only only way we're going to get there is to get there together. The clicking in terms of either you're on this side or that side, you all represent us as the people. You don't represent your own interests. And sometimes that gets lost. And as residents, we just want to see it work. The average resident doesn't care about policy or all of that stuff. In terms of the intricate details, we're concerned about the impact. And impact means how deep and how wide in terms of the effectiveness. So until that happens, a lot of people voted for the change on the mayoralship and some of the council members because they thought that it was a personality conflict, and that was the reason why you couldn't get a in sync of the council, and that is not true. So it wasn't the last administration. It's something that we gotta search in us. I don't want to put it on you to why people are not working together. And I think if it's, for the benefit of the residents, we want to see some unity together. I really don't give a damn who's up here, as long as you guys work together for the benefit of the city. Thank you.
We have no further comment cards.
All right, thank you everybody for your comments tonight. Mr. City Attorney, can you please go over closed session items?
Yes. First item is a public employee performance evaluation for the city manager position. Second is a public employment. This is in regard to the recruitment of the city attorney. The third item is a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. This is in relation to the case Trent Allen versus City of Antioch. And finally, we have a conference with real property negotiators. This is in regards to property located at 809 West 1st Street. The negotiating parties for the city are the city manager and myself. And the negotiating party with which the city is negotiating is the Lynn House Gallery, and that is represented by Jose Cordon.
All right,
Under negotiation are rent and terms of payment.
All right, thank you. We will adjourn to closed session.
Session adjourned at 5:28 p.m.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Antioch City Council meeting of December the 9th, 2025. It is now 7:20 p.m. Mr. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Freitas.
Present.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 7:21 p.m.
All right, thank you. Will you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to ask to suspend the rules and see if we can move employee introductions right after the city attorney's report out.
Okay, we have a request or a motion to suspend the rules and move city employee introductions to after city attorney report out. Have a second? I'm sorry.
On the motion, I was going to actually ask the mayor to move item number 1 and number 2. Move number 1 at the end of presentations, move number 2 to the end of the agenda so we could quickly go through and do what you want. I mean, we only do one item, if we're still going to be stuck.
Okay, so is that a,
Suggesting to the maker of the motion.
Can you say, so you're asking moving item number 1?
After the presentation, item number 2, the very last action.
Oh, after, okay. And then number 2, that 90-day list going to the very end?
Yes.
Okay. I accept that amendment.
I'll second.
all right, we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. Can we please have a report out from this city attorney on closed session?
Yes, there were 4 items on the closed session calendar today. The first was public employee performance evaluation, city manager. This closed session was authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 sub B sub 1. There was no reportable action. Item 2 was public employment recruitment of city attorney. This closed session was authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 sub B. There was no reportable action. The third item was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9 sub D sub 1. The case was Trent Allen et al. Versus City of Antioch. Direction was provided to the city attorney's office. And item 4 was conference with real property negotiators pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.8. Direction was provided to staff.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item 3, introduction of new city employees, promotions, and retirement. City Manager Scott, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. We have introductions of new city employees, promotions, and retirement. First up, we have Montserrat Cabral, who has been promoted to Public Safety and Community Resources Director. And she's not here, so we'll defer till next time. Next, we have Interim City Attorney Derek Cole through Kevin would like to introduce our new Assistant City Attorney.
Yes, so we recently hired Scott Thorne, who, if you could come up. If you could just go. Behind the podium. Sorry.
Thanks.
So Scott was born and raised here in Contra Costa County. He has his undergraduate degree from San Francisco State University and his JD from UC Hastings College of Law. He brings more than 6 years of municipal law experience with a primary focus on litigation. Most recently, Scott served as a deputy city attorney for the city of Sacramento, where he was in the litigation unit. So I would like the city to welcome Scott to the city and to the city attorney's office.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to say.
We ask you to say a little bit about yourself and one fun fact.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Good to be here. Thanks for the introduction. I'm sort of winging it here. It's good to be here. I've been at the city of Sacramento on the litigation side, so it'll be good to dive into the advice and counsel side, and happy to help you and let me know if you need anything.
All right.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Scott.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Chief Vigil introducing his new staff.
Good evening, council and community. I only have one tonight. Nicole Mariscal is our newest registered veterinary technician. Nicole, who goes by Nikki, has over 20 years of experience working with animals. She has been trained in emergency care, internal medicine, oncology, and she will now learn shelter care and medicine. Antioch Animal Services is her third job out of her entire career history. Nikki and her husband have a son that attends the University of Irvine, a daughter that attends Chico State, and they also have a 4-year-old son who they spend all their free time with on the baseball field or dirt track field, sorry. And a fun fact about Nikki, she's allergic to cats. Miss Mariscal, everybody.
Hi, I'm Nikki. I just wanted to let you know how appreciative I am to be given this opportunity. It's going to be exciting to work for this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next. Very true. Next up, we have our Public Works Director and City Engineer, Scott Bunting, to introduce his new staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I have one new staff member here with us tonight. Angel Juarez joins our Collection Systems Division as a Collection Systems Worker 1. Most recently, Angel served as a part-time employee here at the city. Previous to that, worked as an operator for 3 years. He resides in Bay Point and enjoys motocross in his free time. Help me welcome Angel to the crew.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to be working for Public Works. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have our Finance Director, Dawn Merchant, to introduce her staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am excited to introduce 2 employees in the Finance Department. First is Cam Mendez-Todd. Cam is originally from New York and moved to California in 2001. She brings nearly 20 years of experience in the financial industry to her new role with the City of Antioch's Finance Department. She's been a resident of Antioch for more than 15 years, where she lives with her husband and 3 children. She's grateful for the opportunity to serve our community in her new role as a customer service representative in the Finance Department. So, Cam.
Hi, good evening. I am very excited to be here and to serve our community and for this opportunity. And unfortunately, I did not prepare a fun fact. So I love dogs. I'm a big dog lover. So fun fact.
Right.
Thank you.
Perfect.
So next up, last but not least, is Amanda Johnson. She was recently promoted to lead customer service representative. She has been with the City of Antioch since 2022 as a customer service representative and has been an amazing asset to our team. She is kind, super funny, and a great team player. We're excited to have her in this new leadership role as a lead customer service representative and look forward to helping her succeed in this new capacity. So, Amanda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm truly honored to have been given the opportunity to fill the role of Customer Service Representative Lead for the City of Antioch. This promotion means a great deal to me, and I'm grateful for the trust and support that have brought me to this moment. I look forward to continuing to grow in this new role, supporting my team and department, and helping ensure that our community receives the responsive, respectful, and high-quality service it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes our welcomes.
All right, thank you very much, and welcome all our new employees. Now it's time for public comment. Mr. City Clerk, how many cards do we have?
We have one civic and community event.
Is that?
Oh, public comments? Okay,
Yeah, I think that comes after public comment.
okay, I'm sorry.
That's right.
We have 8 public comment cards.
We have 8, all right.
Can we please have Carla Baker Maramy and then Crystal Law?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Carla Baker Maramy, and I'm here to invite everyone to support your local community theater by attending the Christmas play Humbug. Whether you've lived in Antioch for 40 years or 20 years, or you just moved here last week, we welcome you to become part of this beloved tradition. Humbug returns for the 49th time. This play is like the timeless story of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Do we have Scrooge here?
Anyone with Merry Christmas on their lips should be boiled in their own pudding and buried with a stake of holly driven right through their heart, they should.
Well, that was kind of harsh. Are you finished? Are you finished?
I don't make myself merry at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry.
May I continue?
Blah.
So, show dates and times are Friday, December 19th, 7 p.m., Saturday, December 20th, 7 p.m., Sunday, December 21st, 2 and 7 p.m., Monday, December 22nd, 7 p.m., Tuesday, December 23rd, 7 p.m., Christmas Eve, Wednesday, the 24th, 11 a.m. Many families in Antioch have made attending this holiday performance a cherished annual tradition. The play is presented by the Mad Hatter Players and sponsored by the Rotary Club of the Delta and Jim Lanter State Farm Insurance. You can see the play. It's just around the corner. It's on G Street at the Paulette Taylor Studio. Tickets are going to be sold at the door, so you might want to arrive early. Adult tickets are $20, seniors $15, and children $8. Okay, I'm glad he's gone. Okay. Okay, parking is readily available at the Nick Rodriguez Community Theater, Antioch City Hall, and Pantel's Music Box parking lot. The cast has worked really hard to make this play come alive. We hope to fill every seat for every show. Thank you, and I'm wishing each of you a very Merry Christmas.
All right, thank you.
We have Crystal Law, followed by Johnny Hernandez and Larry Glenn.
Hello, everybody. So I found out this is from the last meeting that we had. It's not code enforcement, it's actually parking enforcement that's towing cars that homeless people are living in on Manzanita, Sycamore area, Lemon Tree. They just towed another car today. The gentleman is currently trying to get help for drugs, so he is gone. I don't know what's gonna happen when he actually comes back. He has no car to come back to, no home to come back to. I also want to let you guys know that you guys do not provide rental assistance. You guys provide help, like if somebody is, you know, in litigation or needs help with, you know, that side of things. They can refer you out, but they can help you write a response to the courthouse, but they do not actually provide the rental assistance. That's per the people at the city of Antioch, where you referred me to. So again, there's no help. It's also cold outside. People are losing their housing right from underneath them. And if I'm cold inside of my own house, I could only imagine how cold they are outside. I haven't actually lost my home, but there's people who are losing their homes and who cannot afford their rent. and who cannot afford things because they are living outside and they are literally struggling. And the struggle doesn't come because they want to struggle. It comes because nobody cares. I implore you, please call 211. Try to ask for help. See how much help you actually can get. I make less than the amount that my rent is, so I cannot receive rental assistance because I make less than the amount. So I don't make enough to even get my rent, to pay my rent, so they cannot help me. So there is literally no help. I implore you, please call so that you can see the amount of help that you will get, which is absolutely nothing. So imagine being put in that position of being told, no, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm sorry, there's no help. Well, unless you're a single mom, you know, you can't get help. Well, unless you have this, you can't get help. What about for the people who are disabled and can't work? What about for the people who are just stuck in this position and can't really seem to get out? And they just keep being knocked down and knocked down. So what's the resort gonna be? Drugs, alcohol, addiction, other things, because they can't get what they need to get them up out of the situation that they're in. I implore you, again, please call. See how it is when you actually call to try to get a spot in the shelter. You cannot get help out here. So they're stuck outside in this cold. I'm freezing.
Thank you. Johnny Hernandez, followed by Larry Glenn and Leslie May.
Good evening to you officials and all in the room. My name is Johnny Hernandez, and I'm a 17-year-old high school student. I'm here today to talk to you, the board officials, about environmental issues in Antioch, specifically carbon emissions. Carbon emissions are gases that release carbon dioxide and methane. These emissions trap heat, which causes the greenhouse gas effect and leads to global warming and climate change. Carbon emissions are formed by burning fossil fuels such as coal, cars, industries, and heating. Why does this matter? Carbon emissions are basically a heat trapping blanket around the earth. When these emission levels rise, they lead to overall warmer temperatures, extreme weather, rising sea levels, ocean acidification, and essential negative effects on nature. With all that being said, I want to bring up how we face carbon emissions in Antioch specifically. I'm going to do a comparison from where we are currently right now in downtown area and Century Boulevard compared to Southern Antioch with a website called CalEnviroscreen 4.0. What CalEnviroscreen is it a creative tool that shows a score for pollution exposure and burden in certain areas around California. I recommend everyone in this room and you, board officials, to take time and look up what CalEnviroscreen is to understand more about what pollution burden and exposure is. So, where we are right now, including downtown Antioch and Century Boulevard, we score a 93 on this percentile, which if you checked is in the highest margin of pollution burden and exposure. Compared to Southern Antioch, which includes areas such as Deer Valley High School and other shopping centers, they score 40 on the percentile, which is in a green zone. My point I'm trying to push is the genuine divide in environmental factors in our city. We have people who live in or by downtown Antioch facing much higher pollution exposure than the same people who are about a 5 to 10 minute drive on the other side of Antioch. These extended amounts of exposure can cause potential lifelong health problems and possibly even worse. Health is our most valuable necessity. So within this global problem, it starts with the city and community. Some building steps we can take are trying to enforce more renewable energy, try to use cleaner transportation if possible, improving energy efficiency, cleaner processing of materials, and overall more general understanding of the environment around you. I promise to you all in this room, if we put effort in trying to reduce our carbon footprint, we can make a difference. But it takes effort and time. With such a huge global problem, we can start small with our community first and continue to build and build. I want to thank you all in this room for listening to me and hopefully listening to this speech. Remember, a little is a lot when we can all contribute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Glenn, followed by Leslie May, and then Margie Carell.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Larry Glenn. I'm here to speak about a dog named Drago. The dog lived in my neighborhood. I used to call and complain because the dog was always running free. And I would get animal control to come out, and whatever they said they would do, but as far as I was concerned, they weren't trying to save this dog. It was a beautiful Alaskan Husky, between 2.5, 3 years old. Myself, I called probably 10 to 15 times over a period of maybe a year. The dog would be roaming down the streets, traffic and all of that, and they would let him out just to roam the streets. And I remember them saying one time that the dog knows how to get back home. I was trying to save the dog. I did everything I could. I know Don and I talked about it at one point. I was trying to get somebody to save this dog. I was yelling it as loud as I can yell it because I'm an animal lover. I didn't see the dog well, I even told animal control one time that I saw the dog getting beat up, punched. And then when I would say, well, are you guys ever going to do anything? They would say, our hands are tied. There's only so much we can do. I don't want to say what I want to say. It was a beautiful dog. I haven't seen the dog in, say, 6 to 8 weeks, and I wondered why. So I drove down here one day and I talked to, I believe her name is Cottle. I talked to her, and she said, well, I think she said they said or they gave the dog to somebody who could really take care of the dog. I want to say this too, because I said, well, who's in charge of this department? They said the police chief. I called that number, never got a call back. I found out 2 weeks ago, the dog was found dead in the garage with a plastic bag over the dog's head. The dog suffocated. I tried everything I could to save this dog's life, and as far as I'm concerned, the city of Antioch let that dog down. I couldn't do anything else. I did everything I was supposed to do. Whatever they wanted me to do, I said, save this dog. It's too late now. And I told myself when I had a chance to come down here and say it, I wanted to say it because I just got lost all of a sudden. I mean, what was I supposed to do? Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie May, followed by Margie Carell and Rika Davis Sheard.
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to say that I want to see a Kwanzaa candelabra over here in the park in Waldy Plaza. Last year, amazingly, the menorah was put up there, a huge, large menorah. So this year, since we're playing around, I want to see a huge, large candelabra for Kwanzaa. We should be celebrated too. You don't pick and choose who you're going to celebrate by who the mayor is. Okay, so we've been overlooked so much in this city, and we've been dogged out in this city. I don't know who else will say it. I don't care. I'm going to say it. Everybody black in office, everybody black that's working, everybody black around here has been straight dogged out, treated like criminals. Like we're not citizens when this land belongs to us. Believe it or not, we discovered it before Christopher Columbus came. All this land belongs to us. But we're treated like not even secondhand citizens. We're treated like aliens, like this new regime likes to call people. Well, I'm demanding that we give respect this year. I don't care about the fluffy people of color who want to talk right and proper and drive the pretty cars and have the pretty homes and all that, who stand behind you because just like they lickety up to Trump, they lickety up to you. I don't care. I'm a black woman. I want to see something from my heritage, my background, be represented here in this city at least this Christmas. And my final words as I watched the parade, because I was getting over that virus, and I watched as the mic was passed from 5, 4, 3. 2 and 1 didn't get past to these two black women unless I was blind and didn't see it. I couldn't see the mic be passed, so they could call off a number. I saw who called off. The 5, shake your head all you want. The 4, the 3, but I didn't see the 2 and 1. And then the tree lit. You know, these are games that you're playing that I can see straight through. I don't know why your followers don't see straight through them, but I see straight through them. The attacks on black people in this city, good black people. Anybody you don't like. I'm tired of it, and I think there are a few more of me who are tired of the same thing. So I want to see the candelabra representing Kwanzaa in that park.
Margie Carell, followed by Rika Davis-Shard.
I know you remember me from when I was here, when I told you guys were under investigation by the DOJ about Nicole Cedeno and her harassment. And I'm here to remind you that we sent, La Pamela and Maryville had sent you an email for you to get together with us and with the OPD, because she has assaulted people over there too. We have the meeting, but that's not, we'll talk about that later. 2 weeks ago, I saw you, Bernal, and Freitas at Mills Diner before the 2 weeks ago, the meeting. And I don't know if you saw me, my husband held the door, you held the door for me and my husband, and you had a bunch of papers in your hand, and you were paying at the counter. And so I'm wondering, why did you guys have this secret meeting when Thorpe was mayor? You guys, the newspapers, Peyton and whatever the other one is, made a big deal about Thorpe, Tamisha, and Monica having this secret meeting. And I think it's called the Brown Act. Is that what it is? So what was that meeting about? Why did you have the secret meeting and then you came here and whatever you guys, I wasn't here for the last meeting, so whatever you attacked, I'd like to know. So I think there needs to be an investigation about that, why you guys had this secret meeting and these other ones weren't included. And also, this goes out for Chief Vigil. I had seen a thing, there's a lot of people upset that you were made chief and not, what was his name? What was it? Ford. So beware of these smiling faces from these people, because they're really just backstabbing you. So, because you're taking control of our police and you're getting rid of the bad ones, the corrupt ones, and the ones, and oh, Bernal, you were city manager at one time too. So I don't know why you're attacking Bessie and doing all this stuff. So that needs to be all investigated. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rika Davis-Sheard. I'm the founder and executive of a nonprofit here in Antioch called Share Community. And I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again. If I sound tired, it's because I am tired. We have been tirelessly providing showers for the last 5 years, and we are able to produce 8,500 showers for folks. Not only do we do showers, but we do clothing and hygiene, and I've said it before, but some folks don't seem to understand that we don't just do showers. We do clothing, hygiene. We have medical services every Tuesday. We work with Contra Costa Health Services, healthcare for the homeless, and we are actually their highest census count. We don't partner with them, they partner with us because people are at our location getting the services that we need. Many people in this room come and receive the services that we have. Did you guys know that it only takes 3 degrees in drop in body temperature for folks to start going into hypothermia? So our bodies are normally at 98 degrees, and if you begin to have 95 degrees as your body temperature, your organs will literally start shutting down. Did you also know that last winter we lost, to my direct knowledge, 2 people froze to death? I said all that to say, I have talked to multiple people that worked for the city, and I understand that there are rules and regulations about how people's items can or not be taken, that we give them time to move them and all of those things. And quite frankly, those rules don't matter or apply when it's freezing outside and people don't have anywhere else to go, because those clothes, whether they're soiled or not, whether we've given them notice or not, they are the things that are keeping them alive. Clothing, tarps, blankets. If we are taking folks' items and then saying, oh, well, we don't want anybody to pass away, well, yes, you do. Because you're taking the things that are literally keeping them from passing away. Additionally, my nonprofit receives funding from the city of Antioch, thank you very much, and it's not enough. We are getting almost half of what we received last year. We're getting less than what we received for our laundry voucher program, which is another thing that we have so people can actually go wash their soiled items and not get them taken by the city, or they can actually hang on to them or they're not wet. But we have money for showers, but it is significantly not cut from the last fiscal year. We can't do this by ourselves, but we are. We are the only people that are providing showers in this city. They come for not just showers, but for survival gear that I'm not able to purchase because I don't have the money for it. So I'm here asking you on their behalf, please consider increasing our funding so they can stay alive this winter. Thank you.
Michael Baldwin, followed by Devin Williams, and then Gavin Payton. Gavin.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just want to introduce myself and this a dynamic partnership called SOS and FTIO, which you're familiar with. But SOS is Saving Our Streets, where we're going to focus on the Sycamore Corridor. We're going to do something about that area. We have not, we're not guessing what can happen. We know what can happen. We received some seed funding from multiple foundations and began the critical work needed that's in this area. We've already identified our first neighborhood ambassador, because we believe that those who are closest to the problem are also closest to the solution, but usually furthest away from the resources and the support to do anything about it. This ambassador has lived on Lemon Tree and Pepper Tree for a number of years and can lead the vital work and lead the bridge building that needs to take place in this area. Most of the things that we've heard this evening are things that happen in this particular area, and we intend on doing the work in that area, and we would love to have your support.
Devin Williams, followed by Gavin Payton.
Hello again, Council, and good evening, community, city staff. My name is Devin Williams, and I'm putting on my NAACP hat tonight and saying that I would like to invite you all to the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast on Monday, January 19th at 8 a.m. at the Martin Luther King Jr. High School in Pittsburgh. That's going to be an annual breakfast that we have every year, and we're going to have a guest speaker, former Alameda County Supervisor Keith Carlson. You can join us. I believe this event is free, but we need donations. Always happy to do that. So come on out. If you need more information, you can go to email info@eastcounty.naacp.org. And there's a phone number on here you can call as well. I will be happy to direct you to that and provide that info for you. Taking off that hat, putting on my, I do too much out here. My Healthy Homes collaborative, I'm also partnered with Lift Up. I work for Lift Up Contra Costa, and I'm partnered with the East County Contra Costa Healthy Homes Collaborative. And I want to say to this young man here, thank you for bringing up the data and the facts about environmental health being horrible in this part of town and in the different parts of the county. We are working on a Healthy Homes Collaborative project where we want to retrofit homes for clean energy, like solar battery heat pumps, so we can get rid of toxic emissions in the home and have safer, healthier living spaces for low-income families in our community. And we are in our planning phase currently of that project, and we are looking to have a community event on January 28th or the 29th. The final date is to be determined, but I want y'all to put that on your radar, especially our electeds here in our city staff. We would love to have y'all involved. And so the community will be invited as well. And yes, so taking off my hat again, it's Devin Williams speaking, community member. Just want to wish you all a happy holidays. Thank you.
Gavin Payton. Good evening, and happy holidays. So I want to piggyback off of what Ms. Maraville spoke about, because it was absolutely true, because we got reports. And not only that, Nicole Sedanos has been not only attacking seniors, but she's been attacking youth. I'm not going to get into all the particulars of what happened, but it has happened, and we have received recordings and stuff that has happened. And also, it's not just that, it's also the fact that other people have been covering stuff up, have been happening to our youth. Not only in Oakley, Antioch, but also in Pittsburgh. It's not just her, it is multiple other people that are doing it. And that is also, I believe, child abuse. And if you are honestly sitting comfortable in your seats, okay with child abuse, then you're also part of the problem. I'm tired of bullies bullying kids just because they have a position. I'm tired of bullies thinking that it's okay to talk to young people any kind of way, or attack them, or physically assault them, because it's not okay. Or making false police reports against them, because that's also not okay. Lying on youth and young people is not okay. But yet, it seems okay for an older generation to do whatever they want, because the young people are fired up, fed up, and tired, and being sick and tired of us seeing black women getting attacked, black men getting attacked, and us being attacked. We are tired, we're fed up, we want justice, we want it now. And if you can't understand that and you're not with the team, then you need to step aside or step down. It is time to let the new generation take over, because we are sick and tired of the same people saying, it's okay, or just forget about it, because we're not going to forget. Because once you put a scar on somebody, once you stab somebody, they can't forget that. That's like telling you, oh yeah, you could just go up and stab somebody and just tell them, oh yeah, just forget about it. Huh? How are you going to tell a mother that lost her son to racist people, oh, tell her, oh yeah, just forget about it. Yeah, just do like Emmett Till and forget about it. They didn't forget about it with Emmett Till. Just like they didn't forget about it with George Floyd. And just like we ain't going to forget about it now. So if you come for one of us, then you come for all of us. Remember that. Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
You know, I wasn't even going to speak on this on public comment. I was waiting for some other stuff down the line. But I just had to walk out just a minute ago because I'm just going to say, I love dogs. I love dogs. I do. I really do. But I listened to when the guy came and spoke about stray dog, being lost on the streets, calling, asking the city for help and all this for a dog, right? And I heard the community and the responses that y'all had, the oohs and the ahs and oh my God, right? When literally advocates, and I'm not taking away from the animals, but literally advocates have been coming up here for years talking about human beings that are on our streets, human beings that are dying in this cold weather. And I really felt sick to my stomach because the reaction that I would think that I would get from the community when it comes to human beings, God's poor people that are living on our streets that are dying in the cold, I never get that. But what I do get is people on social media, people in the audience talking about, oh, we got to call for somebody to come help this animal. It's a stray dog. It's a stray cat. It's this and that. But ain't nobody calling when it comes to human beings that are on our streets, that are dying literally on our streets every single night. This is sickening. And one thing I will say about y'all is that the last meeting we did bring up warming standards. I'm not going to go too much on that because that's an agenda item, but I will say I'm happy that y'all bought that soon. After that meeting, we had community conversations. I was so happy that we had people like Rika, people like me. We were working together in the background. People like Portia, who is on the commission, other community members, Crystal, so many others had came together and said, what are we going to do? We need to do something. We need to come together. We need to go to different churches. We need to figure out what everybody else is doing because City of Antioch needs to step up, and we all got to work together. Like I said before at the last meeting, we all got to work together. I was freezing cold in my house tonight at 74 degrees in my house, and I was freezing. I was mad. I was so mad. I didn't know if I wanted to pitch a tent right here during the city council meeting and just protest and go to jail tonight because I feel that strongly about what's going on in this city and how we need to help our unhoused people to not die on these streets. Take that into consideration. Once again, I am an animal lover. I love dogs, but I love human beings and I love our people. My brother just died. He died a year and a half ago right across the street from City Hall. What about the people? What about human beings? What are we doing? Let's treat our people, our God's poor people on the streets, just like we treat our animals. Just like how y'all love the animals, let's treat our folks and our people and God's poor people the same way, all right?
We have no further comment cards? We have one more. Oh, we have, I'm sorry.
I also wasn't going to speak tonight, but I wanted to call to your attention that when somebody is coming up here and they're giving you their concerns, to be sitting up here making faces at them is completely rude. These are people that voted. They're people that pay their taxes. And if they're coming up here to say something that they feel is important, whether it's true or not, to put your hand over your face or make a face like that, that is inappropriate, and you should be ashamed.
Velma Wilson.
Good evening, council, city manager, city attorney, to you, the community at large, APD. Let me just say, my dress here says, in a world where you can be anything, be kind. I want that to resonate with all of us that's in this space as I stand here holding this baby in my arm. But be kind. Bring truth to power. Let's support, be more cohesive in a collaborative community. It's no easy feat to be sitting up on this dais and everyone in their respective roles. I want to say thank you. Thank you to the interim. Thank you to our city manager who's just doing a phenomenal job. A phenomenal job. I appreciate because she's approachable. That's one thing I really think that this city has need, that one person that can be approachable outside of our council. Thank you to all of you all that stepped up in serving this community. Servant leadership says service above self. Thank you to our police department and to all the staff. Why am I doing this? Dr. King said, the time is always right to do right. Now I need all of you all to help and stand with me as I continue to advocate to lift up the legacy of our former councilman, Reggie Moore. We cannot let a 17-year history of celebrating Dr. King go by the wayside because a few don't like taking personality over what's right. So join me tomorrow at Antioch Unified School District, and let's step up and stand up for the family of the late Reggie Moore to keep the Reggie Moore 17th annual Dr. King celebration alive here in the city of Antioch. Thank you to our city manager for thinking and helping to come alongside of me to make sure that we can find a cohesive and a collaborative way to bring our city and our district together once and for all. This has been the premier event that has done just that. Let us not let it fall by the wayside. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further comment cards. All right, thank you. Moving on to announcements of civic and community events. We have Debbie Blajour. Blazier, thank you.
Yeah, my husband was French. Mayor, council, staff, residents, people in the room and online. I'm Debbie Blazier with the president of the Downtown Antioch Association, and I want to announce that we've made it a year. In January of this year, we had a kickoff meeting to form the association with about 100 people at Rivertown Treasure Chest. Quite the success, but a tough year. Going through the nonprofit paperwork was horrendous. Getting people to believe and join us was a difficult task. Getting funding is a difficult task, but we've made it a year. We completely have our nonprofit federal and state available to us, and 2026 is going to be our year to start doing other programs. We've accomplished a lot over this year with the cleanups and open and ribbon cuttings and events that we have joined other organizations as well to hold. So we would like to celebrate this year on December 16th. We'd like to celebrate our accomplishments and invite all of the council and staff. And we'd also like to call on all the businesses, home-based nonprofits, to join us on December 16th. It's at 5:30. It is downtown at Rivertown Treasure Chest. And we would like to kind of celebrate the 2025 in a celebration rather than the announcements we usually do on our monthly meetings, but also plan for 2026. So we ask that people bring their ideas for a 2026 on what they expect from the Downtown Association as well. We're always accepting new members, and we'll have a membership drive starting on January 1st. So it's a mixer and a membership drive in combination. So we'd like you all to join us December 16th at 5:30 and spread the word. So there's raffles and food and beverages, music, and we'll have a good time and ring out the new year and bring in a good 2026. Thank you all for your time and hope you can join us.
Thank you. We have no further comment. All right, moving on to announcements of board and commission openings. Thank you. Oh, excuse me, hold on one second. Did you have an announcement of civic community event? Yeah, come on down, please.
Hi, I just wanted to announce the Contra Costa County Homeless Persons Memorial Event. It is on Friday, December 19th, 2025, 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. It is going to be at the African Holistic Wellness Hub. We really need this, and we really need the community support out, because we need to support our homelessness issue and fight for our homelessness, because, you know, in other countries where they see homelessness, they change their park benches and their benches throughout the city and put heater benches where it comes from the sunlight. So all day it's like charging, so it's solar paneled, and then it actually heats up at night, so the homeless can actually sleep there and keep warm. Why are we not doing that? That's a thought. We need to maybe come up with some type of warmth or something. Let's do something where we can keep our parks warm, or like something, or do something for our park benches or something like that in our own community. We don't need a yes from the upper heads. We just need to get to work and do it. So let's do it. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Torres Walker.
I want to announce 2 events, and I'll also share them on social media. Hopefully the city will share out as well, because I know there are a lot of families in need. One Day at a Time, which is a organization that received $500,000 from the city of Antioch to reduce violence at the community level, support and serve their families, is putting on an event with Newberry's. It's called Hope in Motion Toy Giveaway. This event is December 21st at Antioch High School Gymnasium from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. It states that the toys and resources are for Antioch residents only. Help bring toys to children in the community, and that registration ends December 17th. And there is a QR code. If you want to hear more, you can reach out to Johnny at 510-573-8495. For more information, you must also bring an ID and proof of residency in Antioch. Again, this is an organization that received $500,000 from the city of Antioch to support families impacted by violence. So if you are a family impacted by violence in the city of Antioch, it says while supplies last, you should be first on the list. The second event I want to announce, there's an event called a Fellowship Christmas. This event is being put on by Reimagine Antioch, New Fellowship Community Church, and Back on Track Community Services. This is also a Christmas event / toy drive with also resources. This event is going to be Monday, December 22nd, 3 to 6 p.m. Location is 55 East 18th Street, Antioch, California, 94509. This event is also registration opening up soon, and hopefully we can share about this event through the city. There'll be food, vendors, toys, games. Definitely bring your children, community-based organizational resources, legal services for families facing immigration, housing support and services, crisis response services, and more.
All
And
right.
that's it.
Thank you.
We have one more civic event. Velma?
I would be remiss, and Sergeant Dan Fashioner is not here, so I want to make sure we know, and this is not open to the public. The families have already, I think they've already got all the families that they're going to, but the police department will be doing their annual toy and gift giveaway this Saturday, the 13th at Antioch Middle School. This is an outpouring to support our students that are in foster care, that are unhoused, and need that extra support. And, you know, I know that also real because now I'm an example of that. And I want to say that because we want to make sure we support, if you are a business owner looking to still give, if you are just someone that has some affluency and you want to support, consider some of these organizations that are trying to pour into the lives of so many that don't have. If you've ever seen a foster child be placed in a home, you would understand where I'm coming from. They come with a black garbage bag with whatever they can take in that garbage bag. Half these kids don't have what they need, and their needs are not being met. So again, consider reaching out to so many of these organizations that are doing stuff and setting an example for this community. Let's make sure our children know what the true meaning of Christmas is. Thank you.
We have no further comments.
All right. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, hearing the various community events that are going to support our families. Antioch High School has an annual, they call it Warm for the Holidays, and it's a student pantry. Some of you may know of Najee Harris. Najee Harris donates clothing, items, and that sort of thing. It's on December 19th, which is the last day of school, in the gymnasium. So if anybody would like to donate any toys, books, any clothing items that are in good condition. Being principal there for quite a while, it was always a joy to see the lineup of families come in with children. They could do coloring book activities, artwork, and then there'd be clothing items and toys and books for families to be able to come in and select with shopping carts, and they would have students show them around and help them try to find something that would match their needs. So they're still collecting items through this week. It's going to be held on December 19th, Friday after school, which I believe is at 3 o'clock, and it'll be at the gymnasium in Antioch High School. This has been going on for about 15 years, and I'm glad to see that it's continuing. And it's right there on 18th Street. Even though it's Antioch High School that's putting it on, we get families from Fremont, Marsh, all over the downtown area, and everybody is welcome. And there's bilingual translators there to help meet and greet our families that can be helped in their home language. So that's all available, so please spread the word. That's on December 19th.
All right, thank you. Yes, one more. Maybe there's more.
I'm sorry, I wanted to say this before I go into my rants. I just want to acknowledge that your dad passed and offer you my prayers, because I know what it feels like when you lose your daddy. Okay, so I just wanted to acknowledge that to you, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 4, announcements of board and commission openings.
Thank you. The Sales Tax Citizens Oversight Committee has one partial term vacancy, which expires March of 2026. Then the deadline to apply for that is this Friday, December 12th. The Board of Administration Appeals has 2 full-term vacancies expiring March of 2028 and 1 alternate vacancy. It's a 2-year term. The Parks and Recreation Commission has 1 partial term vacancy, which expires March of 2028, and 1 alternate vacancy expiring April of 2026. And the Contra Costa County Advisory Council on Aging has 1 full-time vacancy, which expires September of 2028. The deadline to apply for all of these positions is Monday, December 29th. To be considered, please fill out an application. They are available here at Antioch City Hall, or you can email the city clerk's office, and then you can drop off the application at the water billing drop-off just outside of City Hall. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to City Council Committee reports and communications. Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Delta Diablo actually meets tomorrow, but some updates are coming in. I'm continuing to serve on the California Association of Sanitation Agencies State Legislative Committee, which focuses on state assembly and Senate bills that impact the wastewater sector through policy changes and increased regulatory requirements and funding availability that comes from the state. So I will continue my position on that board. On the federal level, I will be representing Delta Diablo this February in Washington, D.C. during the same organization, California Association of Sanitation Agencies conference, with a focus on advocacy and increased federal funding to support our region and our local infrastructure renewal projects. So we're hoping to get some funding back to assist in the area. And then currently the Delta Diablo staff is completing design of one of the largest capital improvement projects in its history. The secondary process improvement projects, which is estimated to cost over $262 million over the next 10 years. And this is just gonna meet the aging infrastructure and regulatory compliance and capacity needs. A lot of you, if some of you guys know Delta Diablo, that facility is an older facility and it's aging, and so we have a lot of infrastructure needs. So this funding that's coming in will help us update that, will help us make sure that wastewater is coming away from us and going to where it needs to go. And we'll continue to be, representative and a voice of Antioch on that board. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Torres Walker.
None of my committees have met. I want to thank Debbie Blazier for the invitation for a picture with Santa at the parade. I just want to say, it was so amazing. I was in the most popular float with the Grinch. Felt so amazing to be invited to ride with the Grinch. I feel like he was the most popular person in the parade, so that was a blessing. And so also just, thank you for the picture with Santa and the walk downtown. It was really nice to meet a lot of the business owners and the vendors. And I want to thank my granddaughter, Lily, for, begging me to wear her antlers tonight so she can see Grandma wearing her antlers. And I want to say to Crystal, actually, a little over $80,000 of community development block grant funding has went into 2 rental assistance programs funded directly by the city of Antioch. Those organizations that receive those funds are Catholic Charities and Shelter, Inc. Please reach out to the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, as well as our esteemed city manager, Bessie Scott, for more information on how to get in contact with both those organizations who receive those funds to specifically help renters here in the city of Antioch. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Councilmember Freitas.
Delta Diablo did not meet, Tri-Delta did not meet, last month because of the Thanksgiving holidays. They'll be meeting tomorrow, so I'll have a report at the next city council meeting.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Similar, Tri-Delta is tomorrow, and the Standing Committee for City and Schools is on Monday, the 15th, at the school district office, I believe at 1:30. So that's what's going on. We don't have any meetings currently, and that's what's coming up. I just wanted to say one thing. Thank you, Ms. May, for your comments. One of the things that I just want to share with the passing of my father was that on behalf of our family, the support we've received has been great, and it's really appreciated. So no matter what our differences may be, people come together, and we really appreciate it. So thank you.
I have a meeting this Thursday for Transplan, East Contra Costa Regional Fee and Financing Authority, and the Highway 4 Bypass Authority. And at that meeting, they'll be making an appointment for the Contra Costa Transportation Authority board member. I'm currently on the board, and so I would like to be reassigned, but we'll see what happens at that meeting. And then there's a meeting next week for the Contra Costa Transportation Authority board meeting. So we'll be doing that. Regarding the mayor's comments, I'm going to keep these brief because we started our meeting late. I apologize. We had a closed session that ran a little bit long, but this is our last city council meeting of the year, and we won't be meeting again until I think January the 13th. And so this has been a really long year for a lot of folks, and physically, emotionally, and everything. And I want to thank our city manager, Bessie Scott. I want to thank all of the staff, the department heads, and everybody who have contributed to what has been a lot of meetings, a lot of time spent gathering information, and for us to be able to really understand our departments as well as we can and how the city is operated, so that as we go into the new year, we're able to make sound decisions when it comes to budgets, because we have a lot of demands and a lot of needs and a lot of programs and a lot of things that we are doing currently that are serving our community that's very much in need. And there's going to be discussions about how we continue to provide those as best we can. So that's going to be coming up. The city council last Tuesday had a study session where we finalized our priorities. And so council priorities moving into, we're going to be adopting them in January, but moving into 2026, they surround public safety, economic development, and homelessness. And so those are going to be three things that this city council has decided are our highest priorities. There's a lot of other things that we need to do that isn't the only things that demand our attention, but those are things that we believe are very important to the future of Antioch. And so I just want to let you all know that we are looking forward. We do have vision for where we are heading as a community. I believe that we've come a long way in spite of some challenges and differences this year. I believe we've come a long ways, and I believe that we are going to be able to continue to move forward as a community together. So I just want to thank everybody for their support, and I look forward to us doing this again in the new year coming up. And I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas this year, since we won't be meeting again the rest of the year. Moving on to a presentation from the state of state of Contra Costa, the Contra Costa Community College District. City Manager Scott, sorry.
Yes, thank you so much. Welcoming our Chancellor and Dr. Pamela Ralston, President of Los Medanos College, to give a presentation. Oh, and the City Attorney's coming down for to man that.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. And we assume the presentation is going to load in a moment.
There it is.
Oh, that's exciting. Thank you so much. Yes. So good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Mojda Medizada. I serve as Chancellor to the Contra Costa Community College District, and we are thrilled to be here before you this evening to share with you some information about the Contra Costa Community College District, and more specifically, as you meet Dr. Ralston, information about the college right here in your backyard, Los Medanos College.
Thank you. We're happy to be here, and it's great to see all of you, Mayor, board members. Board Member Rocha, I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Great supporter of all of the work that we've done.
So today we're going to share a little bit about our background with you. The Contra Costa Community College District was created in December of 1948. The county population at the time was just under 250,000. And this past year, as a district, we celebrated our 75th anniversary. Obviously, the county has grown just a little bit. Our wonderful and amazing Los Medanos College actually just celebrated their 50th anniversary. So again, really a pleasure to serve all of Contra Costa County, and specifically East County. Currently, we serve approximately 50,000 students across our 3 colleges and 2 centers. So you'll see Contra Costa College serving the West County, Diablo Valley College serving actually Central County and Pleasant Hill, and South County in their San Ramon campus, and of course Los Medanos right here at their Pittsburgh campus, and our latest and greatest, the beautiful Brentwood Center. The other piece I think that's important to share with you is that we employ approximately 3,400 employees. So we are also considered one of the major employers here in Contra Costa County. A little bit about our system. The community college system across California is comprised of 116 colleges, serving 2.1 million students across the state of California. We are considered the largest system of higher education in the United States. And what you see here before you are actually the wonderful and amazing folks that are elected to serve our higher educational needs at the Contra Costa Community College District. And I will specifically point out Fernando Sandoval, who serves as the trustee in Ward 5. He was hoping to be here this evening and is a bit under the weather, but absolutely sends his greetings to you all. We are also proud that we have a student trustee. The student trustee serves for a one-year term and rotates among the colleges. Ms. Sophie Curry is currently a student at Contra Costa College. She is a middle college high school student. And when she graduates this coming May, with her diploma, she will also be earning her associate's degree, having completed her first 2 years of college classes simultaneously. We're very proud of that. Who we serve demographically. So what you find before you is across the district, the blue bar represents the students at the Contra Costa Community College District across all 3 of our colleges. And then the gold bar represents the county demographics. You can see we are a highly diverse system supporting our students across Contra Costa County. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Ralston, who will focus a little bit deeper on Los Medanos College.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here and share the good news about Los Medanos College. A great transition slide is for us to take a look at who Los Medanos serves specifically. So we actually are overrepresented in the people of color in Eastern Contra Costa County are the folks who come to our college. We're about 47% Latino. We just got recognition this week. We're sending out a press release that we've been designated by the state of California as a Black serving institution, and that will come with great fanfare and a lot of good work on behalf of our African American students in our community. And then it breaks down a little bit after that. We're about 17% white. Our Asian and Filipino communities together comprise about 12%. And then we're very smallly representative of our Native American population, our Middle Eastern, and our Pacific Islander. But those students actually play a large role in clubs and communities on our campuses that help create a space of belonging for them. Across our district, we offer a large number of associate degrees and certificates, over 220 in associate degrees, 330 certificates, 81 transfer pathways. We do career training, job placement, internships, externships, work experience opportunities, and we offer classes across the course of the week in multiple modalities. We have an incredible online presence that got deeper after COVID and hasn't changed a bit since then, but just to get even better. And so we're doing things online, in person, and hybrid. Our services also work that same way, so depending on how students are accessing the college, we make sure that we have services available to help them. And then locally at Los Medanos College, I have better numbers on that. I wanted to tell you about the number of folks who graduated this last spring. So we approved over 2,288 degrees and certificates last spring. We had our largest graduating class. So if you attended commencement, you might have noticed it took even longer than usual because we had so many great names to read out. And I invite you to join us this spring. We transfer a huge number of students to UC and CSU. We are one of the most successful transfer programs in Northern California. We keep working to improve that. And we have a part-time, full-time ratio where we are a little more part-time, and that makes a lot of sense when you think about who a community college serves. So we are here to be able to make sure that students are able to study while they work, take care of families, and experience the job they're currently in and plan for the job they'd like to have. So our head count this fall is over 8,000 students, And about 3,000 of those students are full-time and the rest are part-time. And so we've designed programming to make sure that we're meeting all those different kinds of needs. But I'll just put in a plug here. Students who attend full-time in any college in our district can attend for free. And so we always encourage people to attend, take on more units, and be able to move faster. We call it the 15 to finish, because what we want to do is be able to set people on the course of action for where they're going next. That free tuition program, over 22,000 students have already taken advantage of that in 24-25. We also offer classes that either have no cost for their textbooks or very, very low cost. We are leaders in a movement that creates electronic digital materials for students to be able to access wherever they are. Our colleges also make sure that we're providing kind of holistic support services. We have incredible food pantries, we have clothing pantries, we have support for students, though we don't have housing, to be able to find more adequate and appropriate housing, and we make sure that everyone's technology needs are met. Each of our colleges has an incredible foundation, and we have raised $3.2 million since 2020. Our local foundation, if you're interested in checking that out, can be found on our website if you're interested in doing a little cash donation toward the end of the year, because those programs help us fill the gaps that we're not able to meet with our general fund from the state. So we do scholarships, emergency funds, program support. Sometimes it's a gas card that gets a student over the hump and be able to complete a semester. And so we have programming to help support that kind of need. This is a slide that shows you all the busyness that is the community college system. So we consider ourselves the educational hub for Contra Costa County. The colleges together reach out to workforce investment boards. We're working with industry and job providers. We're working with all of our incredible unified school districts. We're working to make sure that people already in the workforce have ongoing upskilling and training, and we're doing this all of the time. So we're also a place we like to think of ourselves as the academic center of our communities. We just had Percival Everett on campus on November 8th. So he is a Pulitzer Prize and National Book Award winner. He came, we had 500 people from across our community come to hear him speak. And that's who we like to think of ourselves as. These are the folks who attend 4CD across our county. So you can see over on the red side of the screen, these are the unified school districts that send students our way. So when we're thinking about our traditional student base, we're thinking about the capture rate. And you can see that Antioch and Deer Valley, Dozier Libby, those all send a lot of their students to Los Medanos to start with us first, in part because they know that they'll be able to transfer on to schools like Cal Berkeley, UCLA, and all of the incredible CSU system as well. We also have incredible dual enrollment opportunities. So we're offering in Antioch Unified School District 16 dual enrollment courses this year where students are earning college credit while they're on their high school campus. We like to think about the fact that when you start in a safe space that you're already familiar with, your likelihood of being more successful in college goes up. We have incredible stats about the retention and success. Our students who start in dual enrollment actually have a higher success rate than our traditional students who come to us after they've graduated high school. So it's an excellent pipeline. And that's true across our entire district, and so I can't claim all the credit over at Los Medanos. These are some of the places we hope that students are able to join. And if I had more time, I'd talk to you about the likelihood of a higher acceptance rate as a transfer student out of a 4CD institution, particularly Los Medanos College, than students who apply directly after they graduate from high school. We tend to get students better prepared, and these schools like to have our students transfer. So you recognize a lot of those great names, and we're always pleased to be able to do that work. 51% of CSU graduates and 29% of UC graduates started at community college in the state of California. And then I'll hand it back off to Chancellor Metazada.
Thank you so much, President Ralston. For one, I just want to share that I am a proud graduate of a community college. Actually, I went to Diablo Valley College and had incredible opportunities as a result. So we'd like to share with you a little bit about the fiscal health of the Contra Costa Community College District. You can see what our annual budget is here. Our board is required to maintain reserves of at least 2 months, and that's about a 16% reserve. We are currently at about a 19.5% reserve, and certainly necessary as we see kind of changes happening in the economy in the state of California. We continue to have clean audits and ensure that our district operations and our bond measures that have been passed by taxpayers in our county are fully accounted for and fiscally prudent. This, actually in 2023, we completed an economic impact analysis, actually by a third-party provider, that assessed what the economic impact of the Contra Costa Community College District happens to be in Contra Costa County. And you can see that the results show the following, that the Contra Costa Community College District brings $2.3 billion in added revenue to the county on an annual basis. About 24,000 jobs are supported as a result of the outcomes of the Contra Costa Community College District. That's approximately 1 in every 25 jobs in our county. And certainly the return on investment is pretty clear. And you can see for every dollar that is invested, what our students, our taxpayers, and our society gains. And we are incredibly proud of that. And now sharing with you a little bit more about how much we receive in funding. So we, as you can see in the blue line, are the lowest funded segment of education in California. And we'd like to be very clear. We don't believe that our K through 12 partners are necessarily, our UCs and CSUs are really greatly funded either. But very clearly, we have a lower funding ratio in comparison to the other segments, and we serve all. So this past year, I think we were talking about the graduates. We had individuals at Los Medanos College that walked the line and received their college degrees. The age ranges were from 17 to 70. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And just to be clear, those dollars that we receive really support the educational services for our students. So instruction and wraparound support services are what these dollars ultimately pay for and provide to our 50,000 students. And so we'd like to thank really our county, all of the taxpayers in our county. In 2014, the county passed Measure E, which was a bond that provided support to really build out and re-energize our community colleges. We have seen some great work happen at Los Medanos College. I think many of you have seen our kinesiology and athletics facilities. You have seen the incredible student center that hosted Percival Everett and the 500 attendees that were there. We are here for our community and are thrilled to have the kinds of facilities and resources that allow us to do so. Measure E, again, passed about 12 years ago, is now more than 90% spent. We do want to share with you, we have incredible bond ratings, as you can see. And whenever possible, we look for opportunities to refinance those dollars and give money back to our taxpayers. All that being said, we continue to have an aging facilities and aging infrastructure. Los Medanos College, as you heard, is over 50 years old. Sister colleges, Diablo Valley and Contra Costa, are 75 years old. And as a result, we need to continue to invest in facilities repairs and replacements and ensure that our facilities are here to support the future of learning in Contra Costa County. And that really requires us to have flexible spaces and state-of-the-art facilities. Unfortunately, what you see in terms of the photo associated with this particular slide deck is one of our facilities that is less than prudent to meet the needs of our students. In this particular area, we teach our electronics technology program and can certainly use some support in making the space what it needs to be for our community and our students. And as a result, we wanted to share with you that our board they just actually passed, reviewed, and approved our facilities plans in 2024. We have a series of prioritized projects that have been identified as part of our facilities plans. And as we speak, we are getting ready to receive feedback from a survey that was conducted, a poll, to assess what the community's support areas are as it pertains to potential future needs of for facilities for our colleges. And our governing board is considering a general bond obligation for 2026. We'll certainly share more with you about that if and when that becomes a reality. And with that, we'd like to end and thank you again for this opportunity to speak before you, and are here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from council on? No, seeing none. Any? I'm sorry.
I'm curious. I mean, what types of things would you ask of the city of Antioch?
I think a lot of it has to do with continued kind of support for the college system as a whole. We have considerable partnerships with our K through 12 districts. Whenever there are opportunities to really share information about the kinds of resources we provide to the community, we'd love for you to be kind of our eyes and ears associated with it. Share as you hear back, provide us opportunities to provide information back to you as you see fit. Related to the potential bond measure, we just really want you to be aware. It's an informational opportunity to let you know that we are looking at possibilities into the future. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Was the question about the bond?
No. The question is, what type of relationship? Because frankly, we only start to knock on each other's door when a big problem happens. And instead of being reactive, I think trying to be proactive and helping build that relationship. Internships, as an example, would be something. Water quality control operators is a very important position.
Absolutely.
That I know when I was on Delta Diablo, we have a relationship with regards to education and internships. So
right.
I'm just asking, generally speaking, are there things that you would suggest, that we can work on?
Absolutely, and we've done a lot of work in strengthening our partnerships with the Unified School District, and this year has actually yielded a lot of fruit. So we've hosted AUSD on campus twice already. We're expecting to have them back in the spring. So we've had more connection that has helped us think about how we can help prepare students for the workforce, how we can help students prepare for this college education into transfer. But what we're really interested in is opportunities both with the city as an employer, so thinking about internships that we could be able to help bring our students into. We recently received a grant opportunity with Contra Costa County, so that we're working to create a leadership program for nonprofit leaders, and that's something where it's very likely we'll reach out to the city to ask for conversation, some discussion, some involvement in that learning opportunity as nonprofit leaders are growing through that program. All of these, I had a wonderful conversation with the mayor early in his first year about how can we be part of some of the solutions as we're thinking about youth involvement and gang involvement in the community. The community colleges are one of the best opportunities to change individual lives, family lives, and community lives. And so the more that we can bring the college into community, the more I think we stand to be able to benefit and serve this broader space. And so we are open and excited to engage in ways that we can all kind of benefit from. So I appreciate the question. Thank you.
And I attended a function for Delta Club of the Rotary, a Christmas function on Sunday. And we had the choir from Deer Valley actually attend. There were about 20 students there, so they were asked to introduce themselves, and the follow-up question is, and where are you planning to go to college? Only 3 of the 20 said they were considering 2 for UC and 1 for State College. All the others are going to the community college, and I thought that was incredibly impressive.
We've, over the last 50 years, the stigma of community college has begun to really ebb away. But when you heard me say that students can come and have an incredible education for the first 2 years for free, that saves up family resources, that saves up any kind of loan resources or Pell Grants that students might have to be able to put that money into their next level education. And so when students start with us, they're starting with people with the same level of education who are teaching at CSU and Cal. And they're coming in smaller classes. They're having folks who know their name. We know people across the campus, and students are known. And that sense of belonging makes for far greater retention and persistence.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just going to state, I happen to be a graduate of Los Monos College.
We know that.
But I went there a long time ago. When I went there when the campus was actually new.
Yes.
Before you.
Before we had to think about rehabbing older buildings.
I
Yes.
graduated in '79 and went to LMC in '80, and then I transferred to San Diego State. And when I came back to the community and served in education, eventually being principal, a number of our programs with articulation agreements where
Yes.
students can take courses at the high school that would get credit for when they go to LMC, like if the engineering classes, some of the courses that are offered in our career technical education. So they got the benefit of both. We had LMC professors come and teach courses on our campus for our seniors to take an 8th period or a 7th period. And then the dual enrollment was an outstanding program where we had, when I was principal, we used to have as many as 15 to 20 students that would get out of school early, take their morning classes, and instead of going home early and just hanging out because they had all their graduation credits, they would go to LMC, take LMC freshman courses, which then would build up their Associate of Science credits so that when they got out of high school, they would have those credits to boost their graduation rate, but they would also come in with college credits already earned. So those programs were outstanding, and I'm glad to see and hear that those things are still happening.
They're grown even, and I got a little nervous, and so I forgot to mention, one of the things we're really proud of is Antioch High School's new auto lab that was funded with strong workforce funding for the state of California has been a partnership with us and our automotive program. And so we've successfully completed the first year of that. And so that it's taking that to the next level. Our faculty, Antioch High School students, and then articulated courses all the way around. So we can cut the degree time by a year for those students.
And what I just say in closing, I've found instead of being reactive, being proactive, I can recall meeting with LMC administrators and talking about potential courses that could be created, articulation agreements that could be made if our teachers wrote the courses to match the college syllabus requirements and that sort of thing. So again, I commend LMC for the partnership they have with Antioch High School, and of course, Liberty Unified, Pittsburgh Unified, as I know those high schools also have those agreements. And to Councilmember Freitas's comments, many of the students from Antioch High School, Pittsburgh, and the neighboring high schools go to LMC because of the affordability, especially with, you say, the first year as a freshman. Those fees being waived really are very helpful. And so I just think that it's a wonderful program to have here. I have a niece that goes to the Brentwood campus, which I didn't even know was out there. And I went to pick her up one day, and it's out by Discovery Bay, and I didn't even know it was there. It's just amazing to see what LMC has become from when it first started. So I want to commend you for the work that you're doing for our youth.
Great,
and
thank
adults, because I have many.
so
I remember
many.
I had students whose parents were going to school with them
Yeah.
to take courses in the evening. So thank you.
Grandmas. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, I have one quick,
I
oh,
do
go
have
ahead,
a
yes.
So I do have a question. Well, one, thank you for the presentation for sure. I'm biased because I think Contra Costa Community College, like on the other side.
It's an amazing school.
I went to CC and transferred from CC to Cal State East Bay, and so I know the benefits of having the opportunity to go to community college first and transfer. And the data started to show that students who potentially in their first year at a university if they're not comfortable, have a higher rate of suicide and all of those other things. So community college started being a second option for folks who weren't ready to be that far away from home yet. I think like when it comes to the city, I think like we are not the school district, so it's not that cut and dry and easy to figure out how to partner. I would say it would be interesting to see as we start to have conversations as a city around economic development and the future of jobs and people actually working where they live. It would be interesting to be able to partner with the community college district on the city as we work through some of those conversations around economic development and local jobs so that we can engage and know what we need to have here so people can work and live here and not spend 3 hours on the freeway.
Exactly.
Because the jobs here don't pay well enough for them to be able to survive. One question I did have is, how do you become a black serving college? What is the criteria? And I only asked because the county, it seemed like, I don't know if that was countywide data. It didn't show it in the data. You couldn't see it in the data. So like, can you explain?
Yes.
Because the percentages of African-American students in the data slide doesn't show.
district-wide
Yes.
one, you are correct.
Right, so how do you?
So on the slide right after that one, you'll see our local data. So it's the college that has earned this designation. There were 35 community colleges that were eligible to receive the designation, and we applied in June. This is recent legislation. There was a second bill that went alongside it that actually was going to come with money, and that didn't make it all the way to a signature. So hope springs eternal. At 13%, we were 3% over the threshold required for this designation. California has never been able to have a historically black college or university, given our history and our geography. And as a result, we're a Hispanic serving institution, which is a threshold of over 25% with a federal designation, has made it possible for us over time, prior to the current administration, to apply for great grants that have strengthened our ability as an institution to serve Latinx students well. So California has not had a space to be able to do really important, meaningful, and intentional work at a larger critical mass level for black students in higher education. And so this movement came forward that the state should pick this up and do this work, both at the university level and at the community college level. And so this is the first year it took. They created a board. There's an entire organization that's affiliated with CSU that is doing this work. And so we applied. We had to stipulate our programming, our intentional plans, our data around how we're serving black and African American students. And we just found out on Tuesday.
Nice.
Oh, today's Tuesday. We just found out on
Today.
Monday.
Monday.
Mhm. Yeah, it's been a week. So we just found out yesterday, and so it's so new that I haven't even announced it to the college yet. So we're running.
Proud that Contra
Costa
Costa
College
College
got one
also
too.
got it.
So
of course.
that was good to put in there. Of
Contra
course they
Costa
did.
College got
Yes.
That's great to know. And I would say also, like, just because you just heard on Monday, and like I had questions, more people might have questions. So I would love to, keep updated and know what's going on.
I would love to do that. So
Yeah.
we'll be doing a web page that talks about what our we already have the plan online, but we'll be doing a web page that's informational. We'll do a press release about this, and then we're going to be spreading the good word all spring semester.
Nice. And I think unfunded mandates could be challenging, right? And so I hope that as the conversations around reparations continue to move in the state of California and also at the national level, we can be able to actually have some money come to the community colleges to really focus on better practice around African American studies, history of black people.
Absolutely.
As we also face national challenges with the rollbacks of like education. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I just have a quick one. So with the rapid advancement of AI, and how do you see that impacting the education world and what you're getting folks ready to do in the next 5 to 10 years, say?
I'm going to start with you, and then I'll do some kind of practical on the ground ones. Yep.
I'd say that it's impacting us in every way. So as we think about, for example, teaching and learning, we recognize that students are utilizing a variety of AI resources. We also will be very frank with you, so are our faculty. And so one of the things that we are doing across our college district is that our faculty is actually identifying on their course syllabi what tools they are using and what tools they expect students to use. It is our reality. We also recognize that every discipline, because every job is going to be impacted, every discipline is impacted. So it's not simply a separate degree or a separate certificate. In AI, we have to ensure that we also embed it into every discipline in which we teach today and continue to evolve as AI evolves into the future. We're also pretty excited, kind of hot off the presses. We've been in conversation with Avio, who is coming very close, actually, to the Pittsburgh area. And they are going to be building a major data center there. And we are already in conversation with Avio about partnerships for both teaching and learning and future job opportunities that will help support East County.
So that data center needs to have operators. Folks need to be well trained to be able to do that. So to that point about where are we with our economic development and how are we thinking about recruiting in different kinds of opportunities, we want to be the folks who are here to make sure the educational opportunities are right there. We are helping people learn about AI, we're helping people manage AI, and we're also having the conversations about what do we need to do to be able to maintain and improve our own critical thinking skills? What are the human elements of intelligence that need to be at play? So we're balancing, and our faculty are doing as good a job as they possibly can. That notion of what is the study of the humanities? What are the study of ethics? What is integrity in academic learning? I want to make sure that the person who puts an IV into my arm has not done all of the homework on ChatGPT. So we're also thinking about what is hands-on learning and what's it mean to be able to do that work in really profound ways and be able to use tools to take care of things that are tedious or redundant and are not necessarily related to that core essence of what learning capacity is. And our faculty are helping us lead in that work because they are the experts in learning. And so we are supporting them as they have really, you can only imagine the conversations in an English department versus an engineering department versus drama and art. Graphic arts, highly impacted by artificial intelligence. So we're trying all the time to make sure that we're getting as close to the forefront. And it's hard in a tech field that is changing exponentially on an almost monthly level. So we're working as hard as we can to stay caught up and mindful about what humans need to be able to be bringing to this.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving us so much time.
Yeah, of course. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comments.
Okay, thank you both for wonderful presentation. All right, moving on to item number 1. This is an item continued from the last city council meeting. Mayor requested discussion item 2025 Citywide Economic Development Initiative Grant Awards. City Manager Scott.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. I defer and submit the prior report out on this item. Defer this back to the City Council for discussion after having laid out the process for awarding funds and drafting the included resolution, which lists the recommendations of the RFP review panel.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, can we have Michael Baldwin, followed by Melissa, and then Michael Gabrielson.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you again. My name is Michael, and I speak on behalf of FTIO, which is Freedom from the Inside Out and Saving Our Streets, SOS. We are the proposed recipients of the revitalization funds, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you, as well as the opportunity we have to do this dynamic work and to develop this dynamic partnership that's boots on the ground in a community that is hurting and in need. And we've heard a lot of that tonight. And so this partnership and those funds will be used to eradicate a lot of those issues that we've heard tonight. I'm also though saddened to know that instead of some of the other community partners supporting partnership and finding a way to collaborate, we've been attacked. And the insinuations of lack of integrity in the city staff and its council is indirectly against our organization as well, as if we lack integrity in that. And an organization that has worked with the state of California for the past 7 years, helping to change the lives of thousands of people, helping to change and inject positivity into the systems that govern these people. You know, we provide life-changing opportunities for so many people, and it's just a shame that more collaboration and partnership can't happen. And it can happen, and we're going to look to be good stewards and good friends. And we don't want to be focused on the negative, because the reality is neither FTIO or SOS are affiliated with anybody on the council. No one. We are affiliated with the community. We have the ability to tap into the community. We have individuals who have lived experience, who have the ability to tap into the community. So we are designed, we have been called, we have been ordained to do this work. And so how dare anyone have the audacity to accuse us of anything other than being hard workers and laborers in the field, where the servants are few, but the labor is plenty. And so we want to, you know, shine the light of collaboration. And so anyone, even those who may have a little bit of misgivings, you know, it was a competitive RFP, that happens. And we don't want to fight over crumbs. The reality is that we got work to do, and let's compete to save lives. And we can do that with gentleness and kindness with each other. We don't have to battle each other, and we're not going to be distracted by that stuff. What we're going to do is focus on the work, and we're going to invite them to come on in. Let us show you how we do it.
All right. Melissa, followed by Michael Gabrielson and Devin Williams.
I want to begin by saying that I think Ms. Scott has been the most transparent of all elected officials and city employees in Antioch for a decade or more. It's clear from the remarks from the closed session today that the majority of the city supports her leadership. I just want to give you an example. Antioch conducted a nationwide search for our next police chief. We spent money on this. We invested resources on this, and she actually had a citizen committee. It was very transparent, and I have faith that this current process that she did was just as transparent. I also want to note that while I personally did not appreciate one of Ms. Scott's tweets, she never held my online comments against me. We've developed a relationship, which I greatly appreciate. She never showed any bias towards me. I don't believe she is showing any bias towards Celebrate Antioch or any other RFPs that came in. I think her evaluation of the proposals were fair and impartial, in just my opinion on that. From Ms. Scott's remarks at the last meeting, combined with my review of the proposals, because I went back and reread them after the last meeting, my experience, and along with my experience with unprofessional conduct from the leader of Celebrate Antioch involving one of my own personal clients in my own business, it's clear to me that the grants were awarded based on the stated criteria and not subject to any personal bias. I also want to highlight the thoughtful contributions from others. Tamisha, for example, suggesting that they do get $5,000 to support the farmers market, which I do support as well. And Porsche Taylor for extending a collaborative offer at that meeting, and even through her handshake that was publicly declined. These actions speak volumes about the leadership approach of Celebrate Antioch, and in my opinion, it's not a good one and not one we should reward. We should reward, like the last gentleman just said, he wants to collaborate with everybody to help Antioch. And for these reasons, I support the original grant amounts, believing that they serve the best interests of Antioch as a whole. Thank you.
Michael Gabrielson, followed by Devin Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Michael Gabrielson, and I am Vice President of Celebrate Antioch Foundation. I'm here tonight regarding the recent RFP and my disappointment with the process and lack of transparency. I feel that there were a number of mistakes made by the city manager regarding the RFP process. The RFP clearly states, with the exact verbiage, the City of Antioch desires to work with Antioch-based nonprofits who are able to advance economic development interests throughout the city. At the time of the RFP submission and the award, the DAA did not possess a nonprofit status. I assume that is why that RFP was withdrawn. Also, Delta Business Group LLC is not a nonprofit. They are a for-profit business. Based on those criteria, assuming that the information on the Secretary of State website is correct, neither of these two respondents of the RFP should have been considered or awarded monies, in our opinion. I find it interesting that Delta Business Group LLC submitted their proposal for $27.5, since the RFP clearly states that the RFP aims to award 3 grants of $20,000 each for the best projects. Also, they filed their LLC 3 days prior to submitting their proposal to the city. Bessie did also state in her staff report, she made recommendations and allowed them to submit their proposal 13 days after the deadline without notification or extending the RFP timeline to other potential applicants or the public. Bessie talks about transparency, due process, and equity, and I did not see that in the handling of this RFP. I see favoritism, collusion, and based on Tamisha's comments and her dramatic exit at the last council meeting, politics. I feel this council needs to look into the handling of the RFP by the city manager. Celebrate Antioch Foundation hits 4 of the 6 outcome outlines in the RFP. I feel no organization should have been given preferential treatment over another, and I do not feel the process was fair and equitable. We don't have anything against any of the applicants for the RFP. We just feel that it is important to address disparities in the process. Thank you.
Devin Williams, followed by Ms. May.
I'm at a loss for words. I was fine before that last comment. No disrespect to the gentleman. I understand you can feel some type of way about the process, but it was clearly stated there was no mishandling of this RFP. Everything was laid out correctly. It came from the city attorney. Oh, God. When we're talking about favoritism, collusion, when it comes to groups that are uplifting the community, not just feeding them foods at the farmer's market, we have a problem. The problem is when someone feels like they're entitled to funds, that they should have got what they've always got. And it's not a handout, I get it, you gotta put work in for those grants, but, ooh, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm never really like this speechless. I know the work that folks do in this community. I've been there, not as long as other people, but I've seen what I've seen in the last 5 years. It's collaboration, it's unity, it's getting things done. It's trying to uplift Sycamore, Cavallo, all those parts of our city that need help. And that's what some of these groups are going to be doing. Well, there's only 3 groups, but 2 of them. And some people can't even show their face to come use what they want to say, to deny the same dignity and respect for the other groups that want to do work out here. When I get publicly dragged, I show up still, I'm here. But some people got the nerve to not want to collaborate, divide the community on something that, like my brother Michael just said, crumbs. But those crumbs are gonna go somewhere because the right people are in place to do those things that we need. Not just to beautify downtown, but also beautify the lives of people that live downtown or a mile away at Sycamore or Cavallo, to give people hope again, to give people pathways to getting themselves out of bad situations. And I'm probably missing a lot here because I'm just a little appalled. But thank you. That was my 3 minutes. Happy holidays, y'all.
So I get it. Some people feel like it's business as usual in Antioch, and the usual stuff was gonna go down, and they were gonna collect for doing the usual nothing. I have been out here working with different groups, feet on the ground, actually doing the work, helping to do the work throughout District 1. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone from that organization, especially Joy Mott, doing the footwork. The young man spoke about the pollution in this area. Well, earlier, the beginning of this year, the young people came from the school and spoke about the same thing. Where I wanted a public garden, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that to folks. I'm planting any food down here to kill people off because the ground is polluted. But I'm saying, with all the murders, the killings, the shootings, the stabbings, the school fights, everything that has gone on in District 1, where were you, Celebration Antioch? But it's a problem when organizations as people of color come up and been doing the work, they apply, whatever it is, they get the grant. Then it's this big hoop-de-doop, and there we go smearing Miss Bessie Scott's name. Her name has been smeared enough around here. Better be glad it wasn't me, because I'd be suing individuals in the city. I'd be one rich young lady, and I'm going to call myself young because I make myself young because I spend all that money. But this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Stop smearing people's name. We know it's a campaign coming up soon. So since we haven't done anything, her and several others in this District 1, we want to make a big fluffity fluff about this. You know what? Get out there and do the work. Do something. Show us you're worthy of something. Then put in a grant. Don't put in for a grant and want some crumbs and want to fight over it. Bessie, keep doing you. Keep doing the job you're here to do that you've been doing. You're the best. Somebody said in the decade, probably in 2 decades, that we've ever had. You come in here, you've straightened up this place as much as you could with certain folks fighting you all the way and then trying to tear down people who are supporting you as me, using racial stuff, but you know what it was, a quote I said. But keep on fighting like I keep fighting. Tell them to go to hell. Bye-bye.
Bob Mankin, followed by Mr. Mohammed and Debbie Blazier.
Good evening again, council and staff. I feel a need to correct a couple of bad pieces of information here that were mentioned earlier by Michael. I, by the way, am one of the principals of the Delta Business Group. The reason that we submitted in the way that we did, that we formed the LLC at the last minute and then applied for the RFP, and Mayor Brunel is aware of this because we did sit in a meeting at Monica's prior to this and outlined what we intended to do. We were aware that there was a deadline coming up for the RFP that couldn't be met by the formation of a nonprofit for the Downtown Antioch Association. So we stepped forward to become an intermediary for that. All of our efforts are intended to benefit that organization, unless the city determines otherwise. But we did structure our game plan and our tech stack such that we can serve the entire city of Antioch. We're not locking ourselves into a 2-block square area in downtown. In terms of the deadline, I walked the RFP myself upstairs before the 4 p.m. deadline, and I also emailed it to Brett Sweet, and I confirmed that he received the email. I had an issue with the first time I emailed it, made a second attempt, and then I confirmed it was done. So we met the deadline. The only thing that came after the fact was some corrections or some tweaks to what was in our RFP that was requested by city staff. That's the only thing we submitted after the original deadline. So I'm not quite sure where some of the misinformation has come from, but it is public record. Feel free to look it up. Also well, I'm not going to belabor some of this other stuff, but I feel that we competed fairly. We met the requirements. It went through a fair and unbiased process, and here we sit. So hope you'll give it fair consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Muhammad, followed by Debbie Blazier and Portia Taylor.
Again, greetings to the council. If the city manager did something wrong, man, charge her. But if she did not do something wrong, then what happens? And the reason why I am compelled to come here, even though I got a family, and I didn't get any calls to come and speak on nobody's behalf, but fair is fair and right is right. And this city is starting to irk me. Celebrate Antioch has continuously, annually been funded by this city. I guarantee you that they've not spent the kind of money that we've spent here. We've spent thousands of dollars, close to about $100,000 in the 10 years that I've been here, of our own money, stealing from my family without asking. Every year. Not just no turkey drives, the Coke giveaways, the backpack giveaways, our own money. Celebrate Antioch always gets the money. And when you're doing things, sometimes the sun will shine on you, sometimes it won't. It hasn't shined on us yet, but someday we hope that, the pledge will be, in terms of equity and equality and all of that kind of stuff, will happen. They shouldn't have sour grapes about it. It shouldn't be any pushback because they've gotten their fair share. And by the grace of Allah, I am a homeowner here in Antioch. And so the funding only comes from businesses and homeowners. And so I'm a shareholder in this group. They've gotten a fair share. You can't be sad, young blood, that you didn't get it this time. It just, be cool. It didn't happen this time. And so that's all I want to say. The record is what it is. If she did something wrong, but I think I would say caution if she didn't, because we don't need any more lawsuits. We don't need any more of that. Let's not even open up that door. Just leave that stuff alone. And I know for a fact that Celebrate Antioch has gotten more than their fair share. And it's not to throw off on them or cast dispersion on them, but they've annually gotten it. I mean, like the water has always been on. The sun has never touched them, not touched them. So, I mean, this time around, they just understand that somebody else wants to serve out of this 120,000 residents we have in Antioch.
Debbie Blazier, followed by Portia Taylor.
Hi again, Mayor, Council, staff, and residents in the room. I'm here with two hats on. I own a business, Rivertown Treasure Chest downtown, for the last 13 years. I started when I came downtown. Sean Wright was the mayor at the time, and we did 20 businesses together and started some of the events that are going on for the purpose of cross-promotion and helping each other. There was no other but to get the people downtown and to help the businesses. I'm a little upset in that as a business with Celebrate Antioch, the businesses were never included in the events. It was purely self-serving. It was advertising to bring people downtown, but businesses weren't involved. That's what 13 years later, the Downtown Association then was formed, because when we took a survey, 15 businesses were here less than a year and came to people as myself and said, how do we get involved and how do we get people downtown? The Downtown Antioch Association's mission is to get foot traffic into the downtown area and into the businesses, point blank. That is our mission. So as a president of Downtown Antioch Association, I'm a little upset because the facts weren't clear. We filed the RFP as a nonprofit with all of our paperwork in process. Because we worked with the DBG on the marketing and media, the city manager also suggested that before the deadline, that those be combined as the same purpose. We did not, because we weren't legal, did not take our RFP off. We combined for the same purpose with the DBG to help the Downtown Antioch Association, the downtown businesses, and all of Antioch. So it's hard sometimes to be a business owner and also be the president of the Downtown Association and not be self-serving. But my heart, my soul, my passion is in downtown, and to cross-promote and help the businesses, but also to work with the other organizations. It saddens me that Celebrate Antioch has turned me down many times to work with us. So please consider that RFP, and I hope in 2026 that we can all work together.
Portia Taylor, followed by Gavin Payton. Gavin Payton.
So sorry. I just came back from school from SF, so I had to go use the bathroom. So I just wanted to say what my thoughts were. To big off what Devin Williams said, you know, when it comes to us, we're really trying to put in the work. And when it comes to us, there is really a lot of work. And I want to also thank people like, especially organizations that have really helped us. I want to personally thank some of the organizations that help us feed the homeless and helping needing foods, like Board of Supervisor Chanel Scales Preston, who helped us this year to give out turkeys this year. I also want to thank former Supervisor Federal Gover for long-standing and giving us turkeys and food for both Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, to donate time and effort to make sure we fed not only the homeless but needing families. And also, I want to personally also thank Councilwoman Tamisha Torres Walker for also supporting the Youth Council and her efforts and her organizations that she works through. I also want to thank Councilwoman Monica Wilson for her efforts and what she's done. Also, I want to thank Devin Williams, who opened up a meeting space for us to also have a space to help the people in need. I also want to thank all the other organizations that are in this room that have helped the Youth Council to fulfill the needs to help the community, because without the help of your community and other organizations, you really cannot do this alone. No matter what you may look like or what you stand for, we need to help our people and we need to help these children, because the children are out there in that cold and they're babies like newborns, and they're out there in that cold. So I also want to thank Nami Contra Costa and a couple of other people, especially to Miss Nicole Gardner, who's also been a great help and great advocate, not only for youth, but also for homelessness. Also, a special thanks to Miss Portia, who also has been also great standing and helping with us for youth as well, and helping us. So when we talk about we need change, we need it now, we need it here. And I just think that, without us, it's not going to be in us. Because who's going to look out for us but us? At the end of the day, we have to help us. We have to learn to help each other. We have to be here for each other. So we need to stop the infighting. We need to stop the bickering and finally be human. Thank you.
Diane Gibson Gray.
Good evening, council members, mayor, staff. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel compelled. First of all, it's two different spectrums that the grants are helping. And I can speak to the downtown because I'm a tech geek. I always have been. So when Bob speaks tech, I can understand him. When Debbie speaks passion, I can understand her. So I think this grant is excellent. The first time downtown has had a tool that is available to most large businesses. I spent 7 years in marketing and cable. Excuse me, I didn't bring my inhaler. So it's just exciting, and I'm seeing excitement downtown, and I've been here forever. Look at the gray hair. The fact that it's going to come up, the downtown is thriving. The other grant is wonderful, but I have not seen this happen in forever. I've heard studies, everything that happens, they $25,000 to do a study and nothing happens. So something is happening. Also, Joy Motz is the president of the organization. I feel sorry for her because it's her personally. Presidents of organizations write letters on behalf of the organization. So I was glad to see Michael here and speak. So just remember that. She's speaking on behalf of the organization, and hopefully this will be resolved so that the money is distributed as requested, and we can get started on the DAA tech stuff. Okay, thank you.
She had no comment card. Okay.
Come on, Fredo.
I'm sorry.
What we doing? We ready?
Yes.
All right. Good evening. So, I didn't even know we were going to be bringing this back. I was a little confused because the community pretty much, I didn't know what y'all was going to say after the community spoke out last time. Like, what were they really going to say after that, right? So I just have to say, I just find it hard. Like, I don't understand why you would not think that the other organizations would take that personally when you come up here and talk about favoritism. And, I politics, I heard Portia speak at the last meeting talking about working together. And I'm not seeing that here. I don't think that was right. And again, the city attorney already said nothing in the process was wrong about it. So I don't even know why we're going on and on about that. I mean, just take what you got. To be honest with you, how is it politics when if you talking about Tamisha, she the reason why you got the little bit that you got anyway? So take what you got and stop being ungrateful and stop being so entitled and thinking that you're supposed to get everything. You're right. Whoever, I forgot who came up here and said it. They have been getting money for years and years and years. Yes, they're friends with the former mayor, Sean Wright, the last mayor, you. So I guess that's why she felt so entitled to bring it to the city manager, bring it to the mayor. Like, this is crazy. I'm just like so confused at why is she bullying you? Like, I really don't understand why you would even continue to bring this to the agenda. And so since I'm just thinking about it in another light too. So since y'all want to continue to waste city staff time and resources and money, I would like to put in a public records request, if you can write this down. I want to know over the last year, how many organizations or what organizations, nonprofits, put in for funding and did not get the funding that they thought that they deserved or that they put in for? I don't know how many, and y'all talk about, and you know what's crazy to me over the last few days is that Antioch has been so divided, right? And if y'all talking about unifying the community, y'all doing a real good job at it, because even your supporters, people that don't never agree with me ever and haven't for years, are contacting me. We're literally talking together like, what in the hell is going on? They have nonprofits out here too. We all have nonprofits out here, and we is not getting the funding that we think that we deserve and that we really do deserve. So like I said once again, please be ready. And I put in that public records request because I want all the nonprofits to come show up. We all need to show up and we all need to be on the agenda. And you talk about favoritism, this is favoritism. If we can't be on the agenda, Joy don't need to be on the agenda either. And I'm serious about that. When we talk about favoritism, bias, politics, all of that, she don't need to be on the agenda unless we all on the agenda. And we ready to be protest, do whatever we got to do, so we on the agenda next. Thank you very much.
Mr. Becker?
Thank you. A lot of comments tonight. A lot of comments. You know, I think that there were a lot of good points that were made tonight from a lot of people. There is a process, right? And there have been a lot of processes, right? And these grant dollars come from somewhere. And there's accountability that come with them. And so I think there are a lot of questions that are larger than just this item, you know, that are centered around Celebrate Antioch. And some of their intents in their community. You come out here as president, this is speaking to Joy Motz, and say how much you speak for this community. But when I called you after you lost your city council seat, and I said, help me push for home key, you said, that's not for me. The city chose who they wanted, and so I don't care. And then you turned around and you said, but I want these grant dollars. I think there are concerns around why did $25,000 get put out to a nonprofit organization that has said many times that they are volunteer only for administrative costs? How does $25,000 get used by a nonprofit that is tax exempt for administrative costs? And when that $25,000 was combined with a total of, I think, around $145,000 in total that went to that organization, with the promise that they would come back with a report out to this very council, to this body, to this community, with what they did for the money, they never came back. The only time they came back, the only time you saw them again was when they came and they said, we need more money. And so what did you do? Well, that was 2023, and so when $50,000 went out for a grant, that $167,000 was requested, and your organization was chosen as one of the recipients, this is the attitude that you come back with. There is accountability on many, many levels. One, that $25,000. Two, that sesquicentennial event that also, may I remind you, was sole sourced out to you with no RFP. That I myself pointed out was not appropriate, but you didn't say anything about because it was to your benefit. So I invite all of Celebrate Antioch's board, not one or two members, to come here to stand before this body with not just their thoughts, but with their documents that show where our dollars went before they ask for more. Thank you.
We have no further public comments.
All right, this is now before the city council. I'm going to go ahead and start first on this. This request has always been about who should be giving money away and what should the process be. And so the question is it the city manager's responsibility or is it the city council's? And I believe that the responsibility should be on the city council to make decisions when it comes to funding nonprofit grants. And so that's what, and then what is the process that's going to be followed? So that's all I've ever known of doing. So, okay, maybe the process has been different. So what I just would like to say is that there's a resolution in the packet to approve the recommendation of the group that put together this through the city manager and the staff. I'm not questioning that process as far as what they did, thinking that that was the correct process. What I wanted council to do is to determine whether or not we all felt that the process was something that we all agree with. So that was what the intent of this originally was to be. Obviously, it's blown up to something much bigger, and it's unfortunate, but this is where we find ourselves. And so, welcome if the council has any other comments.
Mr. Mayor, before I make the comment, I just want to clarify two items. There was some information that was stated that's not true. No, there were no late submissions. And I want to make sure that that's clearly understood and the record should reflect that. And the other is, no, there was no submittal that was over the $20,000 budget. This was a discussion that occurred with the interview panel. And so the applicants that did come forward, they all did not exceed the $20,000 threshold. So those are just 2 points that I want to make. Mr. Mayor, I know that I can talk long, but I want to just simply talk short. I think the whole thing with regards to this particular issue has been horrible. A lot of anger, a lot of frustration, a lot of finger pointing. And frankly, after 1 year of coming back on this council, this is what I think the community wanted to avoid. They wanted a new beginning. They wanted new thought process, new involvement, new collaboration. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to go through and point fingers and make a big speech. I'm going to make a motion that the recommendations that came from this panel be approved. And that is that, I'm sorry, we've been here since 5 o'clock. So that is Celebrate Antioch $5,000 contribution if they so desire to apply for it. Then the prison Inside Out $27,500, and the business what is the business? The Delta business $27,500.
All right, I have a motion. You have a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second? Yeah, I said we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Do you have any comment?
Well, as you heard earlier, I wasn't here at the last meeting for some family reasons, and I watched from afar, which is, I'm used to being up here, and to watch the video at home from the audience viewpoint, I was highly disappointed in what I saw transpire. I think that we've taken strides forward throughout the year. It's been a challenging year. Unfortunately, I think this was not a good look for Antioch, taking a step back. And so I support the resolution because of the reasons stated. I think that the staff, the city manager, the people involved are all hardworking and good people who are doing the best they can for the city of Antioch. So I don't question their work, their integrity. That's not the issue. The only thing I would say is there was in the staff report some discrepancies on what was written originally and how it was maybe some changes. I mean, up to 20 versus 20. That could lead someone or a group to feel like, wait a minute, I thought it was everybody got 20 versus up to 20 where the numbers changed. I think there's also the issue that what's the line item authority for the city manager. When I worked in the school district forever, seems like, the superintendent had a $50,000 signing authority. Anything above that had to go to the school board. And so similarly here, I think it's $50,000 for the city manager. If you look at the three grants combined, it's $60,000 above that. However, if you break it down and look at mini grants, each of them are less than 50. That leads to interpretations that could go either way, like we're not following the signing authority, or are we following it because it's less than 50 if you look at the 27, 27, and 5. Panel, committee, I think when the committees are made up, the question is who should be on those committees. Councilmember Torres Walker and I sit on the CDBG. There's 2 of us. Standing committee, there's 2 of us. I think on the cannabis, I think as a committee, and there's 2 of us. So there's 2 representatives in each of the committees, and there's recommendations that come back to the council for us to vote on. I think from what took place, I think that we have something to learn. There are some things that we can learn from to improve the processes, where we can be more collaborative. And like I've said all along, I'm always about learning and getting better as an organization. So I do think there were some missteps. However, I do think the integrity, the decision-making, the people involved, the legal counsel's authorization that there were no findings, I support the resolution, and I think we should move forward and fund the programs as they were determined. But I do think there's something to learn here, and I do think the infighting and the pointing of fingers, that needs to stop. I think we need to come together as a community, because fighting amongst ourselves and pointing fingers is not going to get us anywhere, and we have a long ways to go. So I approve, I will support, and I'm ready for a vote.
I'm gonna let you go because I have something to say because I think there was also some things that need to be corrected.
Okay.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. I too wasn't at the last meeting. I was traveling back from being out of the country, so I was unable to be at the last meeting. There's some things I want to say, but I want to say something to respond to something that the mayor was talking about. I know back in around, it must have been 2014, possibly 2015, I remember back then asking, we would have numerous groups that would come to multiple different meetings asking for money. And I remember back then asking, hey, can we have a process where we set aside some money and there's a certain time of year or a certain time, whatever this funding was going to be used towards, there was a certain time of year and there was going to be an application process, and we set that up. That application process usually went through staff, and then what would come back to us was these are the recommendations of that particular award. So I don't know what maybe you were confused on how we set that process. It's never been it's the council. It was what was recommended to council, and then council voted on it. So I wanted to kind of clear that up because that wasn't how it went in the past. Thank you to everybody that applied for these grant processes, this grant process. Thank you to all of those who are out there advocating, whether it's for the business community, whether it's for the homeless, whether it's for our students, our youth. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for applying. I would like to see more new organizations come forward that we can fund. that we can start funding. And I'm glad that that process brought out new organizations. I applaud those that want to work together. Ms. Taylor, I heard about you extending the olive branch and that was being denied. We talk about coming together, but we just heard about organizations that want to work with the other organizations that all want to come together and work together. You know, if you're about helping the community, you would have said, hey, yeah, let me help you. Let's combine our efforts. All of us are not as smart, none of us are as smart as all of us. So I really want to point that out. So again, thank you for that. I had a whole thing written, but I'm not going to read it all. But I do feel that there was some sense of entitlement going on here. And, you know, and as my parents, and I remember my dad would always say to me, your life is going to be full of disappointments. And sometimes things are not going to go your way. You can have your little pity party for 5 minutes, dust yourself off, and figure out, go on to the next thing. So it's okay to be upset about it, but it's time to move on because I feel like we're holding up this process. We're holding up these organizations that want to do great things with some money, and we need to let them get their money so they can come out in the community and work. Thank you. A couple of comments that other people made that now I am curious about. The funding that we've given to Celebrate Antioch in the past. And also we've given them quite a bit of in-kind and some that are invoices. So I would like to know if they have invoices due and how much funding that we've granted them. But I want to keep encouraging everybody, keep doing what you're doing. We're going to try our best. We can't fund everybody, but we're going to do our best. And if you don't get it, it's okay to be upset about it. Be upset about it for a minute and move on. I mean, there's been disappointments in my life. I could go back to my middle school teacher who wouldn't let me be the lead in Oklahoma, but I moved on past that. There's disappointments we're going to have in our life, and it's time to move on. Let these organizations get money. Celebrate Antioch, you got some money. You could have gotten none. So you got some money. Use that money, come together. If all three of you guys can come together and work together on citywide things, that would be great. But I just really, instead of saying what I was going to say, I really just want to thank and appreciate the groups that applied and are doing the hard work in our community. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Torres Walker.
I want to thank everybody who made a public comment. We don't always have to agree. So whether I agree with your comments or didn't agree with your comments, you had the courage to come and say what you had to say tonight. That took courage, and it also takes courage to be ridiculous. I want to say that when we talk about this process and people mention, oh, maybe up to $20,000 or $20,000 per grant, I think people are committed to misunderstanding rather than that things were miscommunicated. Things were not miscommunicated. What happened was that there were individuals who didn't appreciate the process and decided that there was miscommunication rather than a misunderstanding. And rather than reaching out, because everybody has said unity, let's come together and work together. So rather than reaching out to get the full extent of clarity around the process, there was an entire movement to undermine the municipal authority of the city manager and interfere in operations. That is what happened. I do want to clear up, there was no missteps. Since I've been on this council, the city manager has not authorized this grant. We even keep using the inappropriate language in this space because there was a committee that got together and made recommendations that are now before this council with the authority to approve. That has been held up because we have not approved it. So we still have the authority over this expenditure because we could approve it or not approve it. That doesn't mean that the city manager did anything wrong or inconspicuous. I also want to say that, to Celebrate Antioch, I never like to down an entire organization because that's not what I'm about. You cannot run down on an entire organization because of two individuals who have made inflammatory and untrue statements. And my dramatic exit from this council meeting, the last council meeting, was as dramatic as Joy's and Michael's statements in this council meeting. It wasn't as dramatic. I agree with Monica. Hopefully we can move forward. Hopefully we cannot have more misunderstandings be created by people's personal grudges. This had nothing to do with politics. I appreciate every organization that's working on the ground in this community. And what I did not do was spend months arguing about a tree while kids was getting killed in the streets here in Antioch. I was visiting parents and families because young people were getting killed. I wasn't arguing about trees. What I wasn't spending my time during Thanksgiving was sitting in private meetings in the community trying to figure out how to undermine the authority of the city manager. Guess what I was doing? I was out helping feed 355 families with the help of nonprofits in the community like Making Moves. So I agree with Andrew that our priorities seem to be a little skewed in this city when it comes to what we need to prioritize and focus on.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Certainly.
I just want to make sure that our office understands what's happening. Our staff felt that they needed to move this process forward. They did. And ordinarily we would, because each of these contracts was under $50,000, I understand there was one RFP, but that was really for the convenience. Each contract was under $50,000, so our office felt that this was something manager could approve. So technically, if we just follow process, this should not have come before council. The question is, Councilmember Wilson, you mentioned, back 10 years ago or so that there was a question about the process. I have seen other councils where when money is handed out to community groups, that they may see that as more of a political decision, and so they like to take that on. I guess the question I have going forward, so that we don't have this going forward, so we can all have a clear understanding, and our staff, does the council want stuff like this to come before you? And if so, we may need to amend ordinances and procedures manuals, or do you want to let your staff do this work, which is, I think, what our staff understood and in good faith. So I appreciate that you're going to approve a resolution tonight that will resolve this issue and allow these payments to go forward, but that doesn't really resolve the issue of what do we do in the future with something like this?
And I also have a point of order here. I sent out no less than 5 times the authority of the city manager because you asked me to. It was the same authority that was apparent in 2017 to 2021. So I'm confused about the statements that something that I did was incorrect. So I don't like that, and it doesn't help my reputation or the malpractice insurance that I pay for. So like the city attorney saying, what would you like to do? Change the law? If so, let me know.
Mr. Mayor, the answer to the question is yes. I think the council needs to come back and look at the procedure because frankly, this has been a horrible situation that has lasted for months. It's unfortunate, and I don't ever want to have this repeated. So I think that all of us, as the decision makers, as staff, as a community, we need to articulate exactly what the process is so that there isn't this misunderstanding and the finger pointing and the horrible negative comments that are being directed to people. So yes, I think, Mr. Cole, my answer to you is emphatic. I think it's something that we need to resolve in the coming year.
And so it's a question, again, back to the original intent of whether the city manager should approve grants or whether the council should approve grants. And the recommendation normally, in my experience, has been that the city council approves grants through either the CDBG process, through the process of the civic enhancement grant program, which goes through our Parks and Recreation Commission and then comes back to us for a recommendation. This, to me, is no different. It's a matter of, does the city council approve grants or does the city manager approve grants? And so that's really the question here. Before us now, as we have, is the resolution. To Councilmember Freitas's point, we need to determine who is the authorizing body. And I don't know that it necessarily requires changing ordinances as much as it just as a matter of a council practice and what the council wants to see going forward. That's
Well, let me, perhaps a suggestion, and you can vote on the action. I believe our next item is the 90-day list. If you want to add that as something our office gives you for discussion, we can do that. I guess the question is, I just want to know, what I want to know is, the city attorney's office, if we get another grant like this in a couple months, do I tell the manager, go run the process, get the contracts out, we'll approve them, or we need to run an RFP and take it to council? I don't know the answer to that as I sit here today. And what I'm hearing from Councilmember Freitas is I think he wants us to have a dialogue about that so that we resolve that.
But the resolution is before them to approve, so I'm not approving. So it's being recommended.
Correct.
So what are you saying in terms of?
The question I have, though, is the resolution was not going to come before this council. You were going to approve. The city manager was going to approve this.
So are you saying that the motion's out of order?
No, the motion.
No.
Okay, so so he answered. So there is a motion on the floor. You've asked a question. I've responded, and I think the consensus of the council is that we need to go back and revisit this issue and be very clear, because I don't think the community wants this to be repeated. And so I feel an obligation to make sure that it's not repeated in the future. That's how I feel. I don't know if the other council members feel that way.
Just for clarification, because I don't like confusion. So for clarification, I'm hearing two different things, because this is the way my mind works. We have the challenging of the signing authority of the city manager. That is one issue. And then we have the issue around grants, processes and procedures, and how and what comes to the council for approval. Those are not the same thing, because when you say that a grant that is under $50,000 is under the signing authority of the city manager, which would mean that it don't come back to this council, because it's in the signing authority of the city manager. It doesn't come back, because the city manager can approve that expense without council. But when you talk about, so that's the signing authority of the city manager, period. Then when you have the other conversation is about the grant processes across the city. So CDBG was raised, the civic enhancement grants process was raised, which every time a civic enhancement grant comes to this council to be approved, we have never been involved in operations around selecting who the grantees would be. It comes to the councils as recommended who should be funded, and we either voted up or voted down, and we've never voted it down, right? So maybe what we should have is a little bit of education for the council and the public around what grant programs exist in the city, what processes and procedures are they taken through, and at what point do any of that come to the council for us to approve via resolution? And then the other conversation that seems to be where we're facing a challenge is the challenge of the city manager signing authority, which the mayor has requested the city attorney to bring back the municipal code and have a discussion about the signing authority of the city manager. So these are two separate issues, and I don't want to conflate the two. And so one is more education, well, they both education, but the other one is could really be a detriment to the position of the city manager, and like Is what we want to do is strip the city manager, whoever is in a position, man, woman, he, him, they, whatever, of their signing authority. That is a separate conversation altogether. I just wanted to, because I don't like confusion. I just want to lay it out there because people need to understand, the public need to understand we are talking about two separate issues here. It's just that one, because the pot of money was 60,000 and there were separate small grants, the city manager potentially have the signing. People are saying, no, the city manager has the signing and authority on these grants because each individual grant is under 50,000. So the only reason why I came back to this council was because the signing authority of the city manager was challenged. Now it has snowballed into the process and the procedure for administering grants. So if we're gonna really have a discussion about this, I'm not gonna allow myself to be placated up here or lied to. These are two separate issues. We need to address both. And we could do it at the top of the year if that's what this council wanna do, but don't lie to people. I'm just saying, people, make it plain to people. We don't make it plain up here a lot. And I've been through a lot this year. We done had double the meetings. I'm tired. We're not gonna get out of here till midnight. So I just wanna be clear that after this vote, this is not over. And we need to all show back up here in the new year to make sure that we are all clear on what direction this city is going. Because after a while, we're gonna find ourselves in big legal trouble.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so with my comments, maybe I did not articulate, yes, it is about signing authority. Yes, it is about the award of grants. And there is, not everybody agrees that $50,000 can be broken up and therefore have the city manager sign that. And that needs to be discussed and it needs to be articulated. And this council needs to make a majority decision about its interpretation. That, yeah, it is two different issues, but they're intertwined. And so that's what I'm looking for, clarification, because I don't want to go through this again. And I think that's our obligation to make sure that, as best as we possibly can, to avoid this in the future. The community is divided. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of finger pointing. And it hurts our community in so many ways. And that has got to be stopped. And so, yes, it does talk about the authority of the city manager. And yes, it does talk about the process of awarding grants. And it's our responsibility to clean it up. So, yes.
All right, will you please cast your votes?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we will take have a motion for 10-minute recess.
Motion.
Second.
Motion second for 10-minute recess. Cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0. Council is recessed at 10:08 p.m.
All right, welcome back to City Council meeting. We're completed our recess. It's now 10:22. Mr. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Freitas.
Present.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 10:22 p.m.
All right, next is consent calendar item 6. Do we have any items to be pulled by the public or the council?
Yes, we have M, N, and O. And H.
M.
H, M, N, O.
All right, so we have H, M, N, and O pulled. Can I get
Move the remaining consent calendar.
a motion and a
Second.
Motion and second, please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item H, recognition obligation payment schedule 2627 for the successor agency to the Antioch Development Agency of the City of Antioch. What is the public comment on this?
Mr. Becker?
Thank you. Seeing as we talked for, 2 hours about $50,000, I figured I would spend 3 minutes on 1.8 million. When we talk about accountability, right, and understanding where your dollars go, today we acknowledge that this is 1.8 million of redevelopment agency dollars, successor agency dollars, that are coming out of our general fund. Well, so to speak, out of that successor fund. These are property taxes that were recovered by our agency, but are going out to pay out on past debt obligations, bond debt obligations. And so what are those bond debt obligations? These are bonds that will close out in, I think, 2032, majority, that were refinanced, I think, in 2015, that were refinanced from, I think, 2000, 2002, that were refinanced from 1990, 1994 tax allocation bonds, and that's as far back as I could go, without putting an undue strain on staff and a lot of those boxes that we keep all those documents in. And the question is, what did that pay for? I mean, some of those lease obligation bonds went towards a police station that we haven't even fully paid off, right? Like, as we talk about Home Key or some of these other things where we complain about $400,000 or $1 million or $50,000 on this grant, we put this in a consent calendar item and say, well, somebody back in the 70s knew what they were doing, 1975 to be specific. But then there is no documentation. Where is the historical documentation that showed us where these dollars went? Are these bonds that we are currently paying off the bonds that paid for the 2nd Street improvement from A Street that's currently fallen down? Okay, so are these bonds that went towards Frederickson Lane over off of Lone Tree by the golf course? Are these bonds that went to the road in front of Markstein Beverage Company that had one business go onto that road and then nothing else since? Where is our return on dollars? I do know that this is 1.8 million out of the 14 million that we're gonna pay up to 2032. Which is about 60% of what this city committed towards Home Key. So when we say, what is the return on Home Key, we know what that return is. We don't know this return.
All right, any other public comment?
No other public comments.
All right, any questions from council? No questions. Can I get a motion, please? Everybody's.
I'll move to approve.
I have a motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Motion and second, please cast your votes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to item M, resolution approving amendment number 1 to the consulting services agreement between the City of Antioch and WBA Consulting and Investigations LLC. I'll turn this over. I'm sorry, I'll turn this over to the city manager real quick for a quick report on what this item is.
Really busy here. Hold on for a second. I need a napkin. I'm just gonna put this down right here on my counter. Was there a question, or did you want me to?
Just a quick little overview, and then we'll open up the public comment. Just of what this.
So we have been in consulting services with WBA Consulting and Investigations LLC. Throughout the term of the agreement, WA, through its 2 assigned staff members, Brian Addington and Patrick Wentz, has supported multiple city departments, including the Police Department, Public Works, Human Resources, the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, and the City Manager's Office. Key projects have involved assisting with selection of onboarding of the U.S. DOJ monitor, providing technical guidance on federal and state compliance issues, helping with federal court lawsuits, arbitration hearings, and consulting on internal discipline matters. They also coordinated planning and operational support for the Sycamore Square substation project, as well as renegotiating the Felton agreement. Lots of stuff. WA has contributed to numerous police department facilities and capital projects, including APD interior improvements, capital planning for the ELC community room, investigations unit remodel, records unit, and property evidence upgrades, as well as technology and infrastructure projects like the radio simulcast tower and dispatch improvements. Several projects are still ongoing and continue to require executive level coordination and support. As a part of this amendment, WBA will also provide an expanded process improvement project designed to enhance the operational efficiency recommendations, which came through and are coming about and coming in regularly as a result of the operational assessments, which Kelly Zelink is currently doing across all city departments. So consistent in service quality across identified functional areas, as further detailed in the attached scope of work. This additional service includes conducting kickoff meetings with leaderships and staff, mapping current workflows, identifying gaps and bottlenecks, and designing streamlined future state processes. Let's see here. So the initial agreement with WBA Consultant was from January 15th of 2025 until June 20th of 2025, with an extension, an optional extension for 6 months under the same terms. So we're asking for an extension through the fiscal year to not to exceed $300,000 with the combined scope of work. Funding for the first 6 months extension was exercised, which will include police department adopted 25-26 budget, as well as rollovers from vacancy savings and their current contract which is underutilized. So it all rolled over.
Okay, thank you. Public comment on this, please.
John?
Good evening. Late night, huh? Well, I'm John Salmon, work for Public Works, obviously. Some of you might know me as the Grinch of Public Works. But I see on letter M, the budget is $300,000. We're all aware of the budget issues, especially which this council has made publicly that there will probably be no COLAs and potentially furloughs in the future. Why does this council continue to spend money on everyone else except on the loyal employees that keep this city running? Please stop trying to repair this city from the top down. We need to retain the employees to give the citizens the services they pay for and deserve. In recent months, I think we were at 78 employees. Now we're down to 68. And we're just kicking off. So, thank you.
All right. Any other public comment?
No further public comments.
All right. Any questions or comments from staff?
You know, Mr. Mayor, the one thing that I brought up at a recent meeting is this whole anticipated vacancy savings within the police department. And I mentioned this is not a way to do budgeting. And that we, when we do the new budget for 2026, 27, we have to stop, funding 100% and then coming back during the fiscal year and say, well, we have unexpended money due to the vacancy. This is kind of like a reserve fund within the personnel, and it shouldn't be this way. It also, I think, causes a misinterpretation. Are we balanced in our budget? Do we really have a budget deficit? If we know we do 100% and that there's no way on this green earth that we're going to be 100% full, I would suggest, and this is a couple of items tonight, we keep on saying we're going to go to the vacancy savings, and I just don't think that that's accurate, number one. Number two, on this, now that the question has come up, on this particular agreement, I mean, part of the idea of going to WBA was that we had appointed a brand new chief of police, and to support the chief and the staff, we actually went into contract with WBA as well as with some of the issues with the Federal Department of Justice. So if I'm reading correctly, it was $225,000, then it was $175,000, so that was combined $400,000, and now we're saying we need to do another $300,000. I think at the end of this fiscal year, that should be it. And so I just want to raise that as an issue, but I think it's been articulated what some of those items are, and part of it is the Federal Department of Justice issue that we are still wrestling with, and it's unfortunate because it impacts all of us and all the employees, but that is part of the reason why we needed the expertise and the extra individuals working with the city. The other, I noticed in the warrant register, there was one bill from WBA that came out of the city manager's budget, and then there for another for 14,000, I forget, 975 or something like that, that came out of the police budget. I
Yes.
thought all this came out of the police budget.
Yes, it's incorrect. This is why
Which
you
one's
check the
incorrect?
warrants, the city manager's budget.
It should not be in the
It
city.
should not be, so the corrections will be made.
Okay,
But,
that would make sense,
yeah,
because
yeah.
I think the council is under belief it all comes out of the police budget.
This is correct, so it's
Okay.
just the line item is incorrect.
Okay, thanks.
This is why I get all of his notes. You see the notes on here, because he fixes all the things.
Any other questions? City Manager Scott, quick question. So the request is for $300,000 through June 30th, $300,000 additional dollars to the current contract?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, if you don't have any other questions, I have a motion to approve this.
No, I mean, I do want to say that, one, thank staff for coming up and speaking, because while we have to enter into these agreements and spend this money, doesn't matter as much as us finding the ability to retain staff. And I could see how it could feel where we've had conversations about furloughs, the potential of layoffs, hiring freezes, people leaving every day, people leaving and the departments being understaffed because they don't feel like the city is committed, no commitment to COLAs, and all of these conversations that staff have been exposed to, and then you see a contract come forward, and it's like, if you could find money for a contract, you could find money to pay us to stay, make sure we have an equitable wage, and that we're just not breaking our backs for nothing. You want to see a commitment from us. And my hope is that we can get to a fiscal point where we can make that commitment, and that's no joke. Like, not on my end anyway. So I just wanted to say that because I didn't want to skate past the comments we heard and straight to the contract and voting on this without addressing that, because I don't want you to feel like you weren't heard up here.
All right, any other comments? All right, is there a motion to approve this?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second, please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to item N, resolution approving amendment number 2 to the consulting services agreement between City of Antioch and TM Consulting Incorporated. City Manager Scott?
Yes, this is Tracy Miller, who provided support for both priority setting sessions for the council, and is enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency across Antioch department heads. She's delivered strategic communication services to you all, the city council, city manager, and department heads. Continuing services have been requested and will be provided through this amendment. Let's see here. So this is to adopt a resolution continuing her work as it's not done.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this?
Can we please have Eric Strongman?
Thank you, Council, for hearing us, staying late. We much appreciate you. My name is Eric Strongman, President of the Antioch Public Works Employees Association. I'm here representing the employees who keep the city running every single day. Our unit has lived under the do more with less mindset. We have continued to show up, serve this community, and absorb the strain of understaffing and increased responsibilities. But doing more with less should never be the expectation, especially when it comes to expense of the employees' well-being and fair compensation. I like to note, the consultants and their professionals is definitely needed, but being transparent in what they do should be also laid out too. But we continue to see significant consulting contracts being brought forward to approve and send a clear message to us that there's money for outside services, but not for the people who are dedicated in their careers to the city. We're here tonight to make it clear we are paying attention. We do watch, we hear everything, we hear comments, and we speak. But we believe the city can't afford to properly take care of its workforce. We believe strongly, we believe strongly that if the city cannot afford to properly take care of its workforce, it should not be spending freely elsewhere. We're committed to serving this community. All we ask is the city show the same commitment to its employees through fair compensation, sustainability of staffing, and responsible fiscal decisions. So when you bring up your comments today, Mayor, I really appreciate that for, ending the new year. We're gonna start it and being fiscally responsible. Freitas last meeting, contracts and stuff, looking at the budget overall for the entire, not just my unit and 70 or 68 guys now. We're losing them slowly, but this future coming to this new year. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment?
Mr. Becker?
Thank you. As a community member, I'll say it's phenomenal seeing staff that gets up early and goes to work and then comes here and sits through 4 hours of items that don't really have anything to do with them and still are committed and come up here and speak. And what they're really looking for is communication. And in a city where sidewalks struggle to get repaired and we don't have dollars to replant trees or to replace shrubs, then, it's really no surprise that we struggle to pay employees or to keep employees or to drive strong economic initiatives. And I appreciate the city manager in bringing in these consultants that, frankly, are doing the work that should have been done in the 90s, are doing the work that should have been done in the 80s. Where was our long-term planning? Where was the strategy, right? Not just for the community that lives in the houses or works at the establishments, but for the staff that's here. So I would make a couple of recommendations as you build out this conversation with your staff. One, understanding that staff already has a lot on their plate. I would work on your communication levels between your different executive down to your labor levels, and get some of these consultants in front of some of these employees and show them where their dollars are going. Show them the work that's being done for their long-term growth as well. Secondly, to Councilmember Freitas' point, for a long time, the city of Antioch has used those vacancy savings as a bit of a buffer for some other things. So I would say maybe you can utilize those dollars for some retention packages and support some of these employees that are invested to stay in this community through the ups and downs, right? I mean, a couple of years ago, I remember there was a presentation where some of our staff have been here for decades, and they show up time and time again. I mean, if we think, well, we're here until 10 o'clock at night for the last 4 years, that's crazy. What if they've been doing it for 20 years, right? And so for me, it really is communication. Some things are unknown. How are we gonna get more money? Where's that money gonna come from? That's a down the road conversation. But where are we today? And how do we support you and how do you support us is always an everyday conversation. And I know the city manager and staff work to bridge that gap every day. So I just want to say I appreciate my city staff as a community member for showing up. Thank you.
All right, any other public comment?
Gonna be very quick. Devin Williams, community member. Gotta say that now. I also agree with Andrew and Eric that our city should definitely take care of their employees, be more transparent, and hopefully that is something we can go through in the new year to be better at. I know you need the right resources to do that, so I have faith that that will be executed properly. I'm hoping, eyes on all of you. And city manager, thank you again for the work you do, and let's keep our employees here. Let's treat them right, because I mean, I've had some really tough jobs where I've had to do 10 times the work, being one person with a small team as a supervisor in my former life. So yeah, thank you all for tonight, and once again, have a great evening. Happy holidays.
All right. Any other public comment?
So, my name is Dean Weber. I sat at those meetings that were talking about this consulting funding, and you guys all do a fabulous job, and I want to thank you. It says right behind you that opportunity lives here. If it does, then we have to, we have to cough up the money to pay to support the people that do the work. And that should be first before we have maybe a consulting that comes up with a conclusion that all of you guys agreed on. Like, you guys collaborated, and she took it to the whiteboard, and you guys all came up with the same general ideas. So how come we can't just do business as we do business without spending that money on consulting and spend it where we're already spending it? We're already engaged with these processes in the city, and we should see to it that those people have an opportunity to live and thrive here. Because if we don't build this thing from the ground up, there's a lot of other resources that we use that we can't even account for, as far as like clean up for homeless encampments and different things like that are not getting administered because it's on the wrong side of the tracks, and different things where we can't really serve our community and the people that need, let's say, help. So I'm just saying maybe we should pump the brakes on spending money on consulting and spend our money in our city and help our people help each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No further public comments.
All right, no further public comment to the council for any comments or questions.
Once again, just for clarification, this will This contract will sunset in June.
Yes.
And so when we go to develop our next budget, this will be an item that will not be continued?
That's right.
Okay, just want to clarify.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And frankly, to some of the employees groups, the city council will begin the 25-26 fiscal year budgeting in January. And you should definitely, be engaged.
All right. Any other questions or comments? I'd just like to thank you all. I know there's one more item you'll probably get up and speak on, but thank you for coming out and sharing your thoughts, because they're important and valid. And so I know myself, and I expect the rest of the council will take those into account when we're doing budget this year. Thank you. Do I have a motion on this? Second?
I'll second.
Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item O, resolution approving amendment number 1 to the consulting services agreement between the City of Antioch and DAS, Development Advisory Services Incorporated. City
Yes.
Manager Scott. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. In October, just a couple months ago, the city signed this agreement. But we had to basically come back, it's almost an amendment, with DAS to provide comprehensive planning and development support, including assisting with the transition of the newly hired Community and Economic Development Director, offering technical guidance to city staff and consultants on planning, building, and economic development matters, reviewing development proposals and preparing related memos, staff reports, CEQA analysis, and recommended conditions of approval. The consultant will also attend the planning commissions and city council meetings as needed, oversee and support the general plan update process, direct the preparation of a sales tax leakage study, which is happening, direct the preparation of the Nexus study, which is also happening, for an update to the city's development impact fees, and prepare the requisite AB 1600 annual reports on behalf of the city, and direct the daily operation of the code enforcement division. Also, there is something different about these consulting agreements, in so much as that they are separate and unique from the skills that you currently have on set. So the subject matter expertise you just haven't had, which is showing in the operational deficits across the city.
All right, thank you. Public comment?
Tristan W.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, COA. My name is Tristan Wara. I'm an equipment mechanic, and I am the treasurer of Public Works Employees Association. Got my president and vice president, and as you can see, this is kind of a running theme with us. Don't mean to beat the dead horse, but yes, we have a little bit of an issue with consulting contracts. As we understand, DAS was brought in to use as an interim between the previous economic development director going forward, using to help adjust the new economic development director. Economic development director starts at $156,000 base salary, not including total comp package. And now you're asking for another $160,000 for this consult contract. For our members, we kind of see that as, betrayal based on April 8th. We had our budget study session on the deficit. Councilmember Freitas said, we're going to do everything we can to keep everybody from being furloughed, losing jobs, cut everywhere else. For us, we're just seeking, how does council justify this to the employees, this budget? We're talking about $500,000 for 2 individuals to do one job, essentially. So how does this council justify it to all of our members, especially when we're asked consistently, Eric said it, we do more with less. So We're just asking, can we justify a higher position getting assistance when us down here, we're your boots on the ground keeping the city running? And how do I go back to our members and say, sorry, we're just going to tread water because we're all afraid that a deficit means there's no COLA? And we do appreciate you, Councilwoman Torres Walker, for acknowledging that our COLAs are going to be a big fight for us. But it's time to stop acknowledging and start putting things into action to let us know that you want to keep us here. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Becker?
I should sit closer, but I got to try to get my steps in. You know, this is truly frustrating. It really is, as a community member, because it really, once again, is just that disconnect. And, you know, I got to say to staff, as a community member, I see the work that you all do out there, right? We look at See-Click-Fix, which is an antiquated system, frankly, that house thousands of open cases, right? The city staff show up to resolve one issue, and the next day they find that there are two that have sprung up in its place, right? You're fighting an endless battle. If Public Works was to get 5 or 6 more full-time staff members today, I would say it really wouldn't do much to your workload as a single individual with the state of the city. It's a larger issue. It's a systemic issue that has started long before you probably even came to this city. And so I applaud you for coming to this city, and I implore you to stay, right? But you have to change your perspective. You have to say, city is investing this without investing in us. City staff is investing in this because they are investing in you. Look at some of the comments that you just made. We are asked to do more with the little that we have. This is a current staff that acknowledges that you have too little and that you need more. But they can't ask you to give more. They have to find more for you. It's gonna take a bigger approach. It's gonna take a broader approach. And unfortunately, we live in Antioch, California, not Bismarck, North Dakota. So we are tied to the Bay Area's inflation rates. What an individual makes today is inflated. They say the average individual makes $104,000 in Contra Costa County. And we know here in the city of Antioch that that is not true for our average citizen. So we have to find something that works for somebody that doesn't make that amount of money. And that's the same way you have to look at our city. We have to find more resources. It is that sales tax revenue. It is that property tax revenue. It is those special funds that go towards projects that revitalize your city and bring in stronger economic and fiscal resources. And from there, it opens up those resources to you so that now you are not asked to do more with the little that you have, but more is given so that less is asked of you. It's a perspective, and I ask that you stay here for another year and change that perspective. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No other public comments.
All right. Does council have any questions or comments? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve this item? Second? Have a second?
Second, I thought you were saying second.
No. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to public hearing, Contra Costa Farms Volatile Manufacturing Use Permit, UP 2025-0009.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. Contra Costa Farms, an existing cannabis business, is seeking use permit approval to operate a new cannabis use of a volatile manufacturing within an existing building at 3400 Wilbur Avenue. Antioch's municipal code for cannabis businesses requires that all cannabis use permits are acted upon by the city council. Zoe Meredith, our planning manager, will provide a staff report for this item.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight I'll be presenting the cannabis use permit for Contra Costa Farms. Contra Costa Farms is an existing cannabis business that operates at 3400 Wilbur Avenue, and the parcel is highlighted on the map. The applicant is requesting the site includes 2 buildings, one of which is currently operating as a dispensary closer to Wilbur, and then there's a smaller building located near the rear of the property that is the subject of tonight's entitlement request and has the star on it. The applicant is requesting a use permit to allow a Type 7 volatile manufacturing license. Type 7 is the California Cannabis Control License type for manufacturing cannabis products using a solvent such as butane or propane that can be flammable. The applicant currently has approvals at the site to have Type 6 non-volatile manufacturing. It's important to note that California Cannabis Control, Contra Costa Fire Protection District, and other outside agencies all have to sign off on this request as well. As a way of background on the city's of Antioch's cannabis ordinance, the ordinance was first adopted in 2018 and allowed cannabis businesses. Since 2018, the ordinance has been amended, including adding additional overlay areas and making clarifying changes. The subject parcel was in the original cannabis overlay zoning area since 2018. The ordinance requires that cannabis businesses get use permits approved by the city council. This project site is within the Cannabis Overlay District 1 area, and that allows Type 7 manufacturing in single tenant buildings, so which this building and project is. So a little bit of site history. Contra Costa Farms is one of the first cannabis businesses approved by the city council. In 2019, the city council approved the application to allow cultivation, non-volatile manufacturing, distribution, and a dispensary. Had the applicant also requested this volatile manufacturing use in 2019, it could have been approved at that time. The ultimate build out of the approved project includes new construction in the second phase of the project, and there are project specific conditions that would apply should those second phase be implemented. The proposed use would occupy an existing building, which would be included in the first phase of work under the original approvals. So the included recommended conditions approvals require ongoing compliance with the project's original and current conditions of approval, and that includes conditions related to security and odor. The Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve this use permit. I'm happy to answer any questions about this project, and the applicant's here as well. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Did you want to make a comment?
I have questions.
You have a question? Okay.
The first thing on this, I was actually very surprised to open my packet and to see this. There is a cannabis subcommittee, and this should have come before the subcommittee so that we could have a discussion about this, go in detail, go out and see the site. So that was the first problem I had. Going on the second, and the city attorney can affirm this, the subcommittee back, I don't know, April, when we had our first meeting, we said we need to redo the ordinance. And we've had several meetings, several discussions. The city attorney has looked at the ordinance, and it'll be coming back to the subcommittee. So on the first blush, it makes absolutely no sense to me that this city council would make a decision until the ordinance comes before the city council. It just seems ludicrous to me that we would do that because we have issues with the ordinance. And some of them are legal. And so I don't want to take a position on this at all until the ordinance comes before the subcommittee for us to review it and for us to report back to the mayor and other members of the city council on this particular issue. So when I started to read this, you know, it said in phase 1, There was supposed to be a 32,000 square foot building that has not been built. Phase 2, there are supposed to be 3 separate 58,000 square foot buildings, and they have not been built. But now we have this item before us. So can you explain to me why phase 1, why phase 2, none of that, which seems like a activity that should have been undertaken, has not been undertaken?
I'd maybe look to the applicant to give their presentation and can maybe explain their business proposal a little bit.
Okay, so that'll be one question when you come forward. The other, going through the document itself, it's on, has there been a fire department review on this?
Excuse me, which department?
Fire.
Fire. So we route comments to, we route for comments. Fire wrote back that their comments are that they would be required to get a permit through fire, and then other conditions would be worked out at the time. That has been communicated with the applicant. I believe they have reached out to fire, but they could discuss that as well.
And then in the schematic itself, where this building would actually have volatile materials, the question I have is next to it is a welding site. And so part of my question is, has Air Quality Control Board, will there be a review? Because I'm not a chemist, but if volatile gases are being released and a welding is right next door to it, it doesn't sound like a good proposition.
So they would be required to get all permits. They can explain the process a little more carefully, but it does go through our building division. It goes through the California Cannabis Control. We could condition, if you'd like, that they work with Bay Area Air Quality, but of course they already have to comply with all regional requirements.
But the staff report basically says, well, they're not adversely affecting health, peace, safety, a person living or working in the surrounding area. And I looked at the map and say, my God, you have volatile gases going into the atmosphere and you have a welding department next door. That doesn't make sense to me. The other is, because there are volatile chemicals that are going to be used in a confined space, in a closed building, is this going to be reviewed by the Contra Costa County Health Department?
Contra Costa County Health doesn't review cannabis uses within incorporated cities, only within unincorporated Contra Costa County.
So who looks at them in incorporated cities?
So that would be the city of Antioch, the fire department, the California Cannabis Control. So all those agencies regulate cannabis.
And you're saying that staff has the expertise to make a determination on this?
So we feel that based on the requirements that California Cannabis Control also requires of applicants, that this use could be permitted. Contra Costa County Fire has expertise in looking at these uses. We have our building department.
But yes, it's permitted. I mean, that's not the question. Is there going to be a review, by experts with volatile chemicals in a closed space? I mean, I read that and I understand what you're saying. Yes, there's an overriding ordinance, but that's not what my concern is. My concern is it safe? And is there any impact to the employees who will be working in this space?
And I want to thank our planning manager for answering these questions. But for right now, and thank you for that, and thank you for the staff report as well as your presentation. I would like for you to direct these questions to.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if staff has the answer, I just want to hear it.
Thank you so much.
And if not, I expect the applicant to address them. Let's see. The subcommittee, when we started to review the ordinance, we asked lots of questions. One of those dealt with police review. And so in the application, the police department comes and they check it out. and they say yes or no, and you're permitted and you go forward. So the question from the subcommittee said, well, do you go back and take a look annually? No. That's a concern to the subcommittee, because things do change, you are expanding, and right now, the permit only applies to the opening, which I believe was 2018, so 7 years have passed. And so that's one of the things that, that we need to address, and why I'm talking about the existing ordinance needing to be reviewed and come back. The other, it's on Exhibit A, it's page A5, conditions of approval. And let's see, this approval expires 2 years from the date of approval. Why?
So this is our standard condition that we have on all development applications. It goes on to say unless operations have commenced. So this would be that if the application is not acted upon, then it wouldn't just be hanging out there approved forever. There is the option, as you see, that there's extensions.
The rest of that, unless operations have commenced, or an extension has been approved by the zoning administrator. So if the council were to approve this, technically it lasts till December 9th, 2027. But if it's not built, it's handled administratively, not by the city council.
So this is the way our municipal code is written, is about extensions. There are.
Well, I think, Mr. Cole, when this comes back, that would be a question, that we would have. This in the applicant, I think, in the resolution that we have, it's a little confusing to me. Is oh darn it! Is the business Cocoa Farms? Because I can't find it right at my fingertips right now, but the resolution actually identifies an individual. So who is the owner? Is it a corporation? Is it an individual? I'll find it in a second. It is our resolution. It's in the front top line, and maybe staff can quickly find it better than I can.
So Michaela Fry is referenced as the applicant. They work on behalf of Contrasta Farms and are listed as the applicant on the application, and our practice is to put who is listed as the applicant in.
But it actually is a corporation.
So
it's
they
not,
can
it's not an individual.
Yeah, so they can explain, but Michaela Fry works for them.
And that was, when I saw the person's name, and I thought, is it a person or is it a corporation? So that's a question that I have. So I could go on, but I think you get a gist of concerns I have. And frankly, I think a lot of these would go away once the subcommittee reviews the ordinance and we modify it. I think a lot of these things go away. And I know that time is money and that you're probably anxious to move forward, but if I had to vote on it with the existing ordinance, I'm not supporting it, because I know the subcommittee is going to be coming back to do a new resolution, so.
City Attorney Cole, is it appropriate for us to extend the meeting right now for past 11 o'clock before I open the public hearing?
Yes, you should do that.
Okay, so do I have a
Mayor, I move to extend the deadline to midnight.
all right, we have a motion to move it to midnight. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion second, please cast your votes. All right.
Motion passes 3-2. The
Who
two
said
voting
no?
no are Torres Walker and Monica Wilson.
All right, so it's, we are extended to midnight. This is a public hearing, which I'm going to open right now. Do we have a proponent here who would like to speak in favor of this project?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just respond to a couple of items that were just discussed by Councilmember Freitas in the steering committee. I wasn't at the committee, but was aware of the meeting and watched the meeting. In my review of that meeting, it was clear that the presentation was that The ordinance is fine, but the standards that we were operating under, there was a disconnect, and the task was to look at those two documents and see how they could be made consistent one with another. So that doesn't preclude the ability to go into the ordinance and make changes. We've done that work with the city attorney's office, and we'll be scheduling a meeting to do just that. But the other thing I wanted to address was with each of your cannabis businesses that you've approved, there's been an operating agreement approved for each one of them with specific conditions and timings and methods of payment for this, that, and the other. And the point being is that an operating agreement will come to the steering committee for approval. And there, within the ones that you've done in the past, there have been timing mechanisms to give the city discretion to do annual reviews or audits, whether it's security or making sure payments are made and things of that nature. Those are currently in your boilerplate that will come to each operating agreement, and one will be coming of that in that same nature for Cocoa Farms. Be happy to answer any other questions, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Do we have a proponent who would like to speak on behalf of this project? Applicant? Yes, applicant. You'll have 10 minutes.
My name is Chuck Wesley. I'm one of the managing members of Contra Costa Farms, known as Cocoa Farms. My son Andy is here with me tonight. He's another managing member, and it was 6 years ago in 2019 that he and I and my other son Martin appeared before you asking for the micro-business use permit, which you granted. And I'm here to show you tonight with a slide that Zoe will show you
Yeah,
of
if
all
we
the
could-
benefits that we provided.
Here it is.
So I just want to, before we get to your questions, I want to first focus on what that use permit has generated for the city. And we've listened to this evening of all kinds of people coming asking for funds. We're not asking for funds, we're providing funds. And you'll see year by year, for example, in 2020, the first year of operation, we paid $652,000 in fees to the city as a result of cannabis sales. And that doesn't include the city's portion of sales taxes and the city's portion of excise taxes. Those are the fees directly to the city. And if you add it all up year by year, all together through October, this past October, we have remitted $4.6 million to the city. That wasn't here before, $4.6 million. In addition to that, we support Beat the Streets. We did that for a couple of years. And then we went to Opportunity Junction, which, by the way, changes lives. If you read their annual report, they change lives. Opportunity Junction, between the two of them, we contributed $485,000. And there's a couple of local charitable operations, Antioch Sports Legends and Delta Veterans Group, that we also contributed for a period of time. And then, as you know, the market went out of cannabis. It dropped like 30%, and then other dispensaries opened in Antioch, and our ability to continue funding them was shut down. So altogether, in the 6 years of operation, we've contributed $5.2 million to the city. So that's the benefit to the city. We've benefited also, and we've, since you came across, remember, we started in Rio Vista, and city officials came over to Rio Vista and said, we've been watching you operate. We want you to come be the face of cannabis for Antioch. And I remember, I see some of the faces on the council that were there then. And we did, and you helped us find this parcel on Wilbur Ave, and we started up, and now we've got 7 dispensaries altogether, 2 large cultivation sites, a huge manufacturing operation in Woodland, which we're outgrowing, which is why we need this operation, which will produce, when it's finally fully staffed, will produce 20 jobs and produce additional benefits for the city. So this is good for the city. We need to do this to remain competitive. So we're asking for your approval of this. Now I'll address some of your questions, Councilmember Freitas. Cocoa Farms is a DBA. Contra Costa Farms LLC is the company. Okay, that is 100% owned by Collaboration Ventures Corporation. My 2 sons and I own about 64% of that. So we are the controlling owners, and we are the controlling beneficial owners of Contra Costa Farms LLC, and all 3 of us are the managing members of Contra Costa Farms LLC. Michaela Fry is the corporate secretary in charge of handling all licenses, permits, renewals, things like that. It's a large job. Once upon a time, I did all of that and cleaned windows, but I'm getting old and the company's too big for me to do all of that anymore. So, so that addresses that question. What were some of the other questions you had?
But staff indicated they only do that in county unincorporated area. The question is, do we have the expertise on staff to actually do the inspection?
Well, I don't know.
It's not
I'll let
really
my
a question
son.
for you, it's a question, you know.
Okay, I'm going to have my son Andrew come up and answer the technical questions. I want to emphasize, we're not doing this for the first time. We do this in the city of Woodland already. Everything we're going to do here, we're already doing. We're not learning as we go. We already know how to do this, but we're at capacity, and we need to start doing some of that work here. That's the genesis of this request.
Yeah, I don't think my comments, to you or question is an attack. I mean, clearly, you've been a benefit for the community. But we do have a fiduciary responsibility. And, some of these issues are of concern. If volatile gases are being released, I have a concern that it's next to a welding place. So having experts take a look at that, I think, is important.
Absolutely, yes. If it's not safe, we're not going to do it. We'll go somewhere else and do it if it's not safe.
Okay.
So I'll let Andrew come up and answer the rest of your technical questions. Thank you.
Council, thanks for your time. Andrew, so let me address that one real quick because the gases thing is obviously a very big concern for most people. So the operation is inside a contained environment with all kinds of fail safes to make sure that no gases are leaking out. And in fact, the machines themselves recapture the 98 or 97% of the gases, so we can reuse them. So there's no gases leaking out, and if it were to, the enclosed environment that's inside our stone building is literally shuts everything down and prevents any leakage. So, and there's alarms and there's fire extinguishers in there. So this whole system that goes inside a building is already certified by companies and that's what ultimately would be certified by the state and certified by a fire department. And so all the gases are contained. There's no gases leaking out anywhere, right? It's ran with cold and pressure to extract the finer parts of the cannabis plant that creates things like capsules and topicals and oils and RSO oils and things like that.
And the safety for the employees that are in that contained building?
So they're all purpose built for that. It's basically a container. It's built for that, to protect them and have all the fail safes in there. So all the sockets are, there's no sparking from sockets possible. Gases are automatically identified, right? There's little alerts in there, automatically identified, shuts everything off and safely evacuates that. But we're not talking, this isn't an open environment where you're opening up a spout and hoping it all works, right? Everything is very, very closed looped, very controlled.
I'm just curious, if there's a phase one and there's supposed to be a 32,000 square foot building, and phase two was supposed to be 58,000 square foot building. What happened to that?
So we couldn't get power. So in a weird blessing to us and ultimately, maybe to the city, there was no power available for us to power lights. Those were originally going to be cultivation sites. There's a power plant across the street, and we still couldn't get power. So then we investigated trying to use natural gas because we do have a natural gas pipeline at the back of the lot that still could feed us. Then it got into tens of millions of dollars for converters that convert that natural gas to power, right? But then you had to build a building. So you're talking a project that basically was going to balloon way out of budget. And by the time we figured all that out, the market started to tank. And so there was no economical reason for anybody to do any more of that project of building out those sites.
I just want to add that twice we applied with PG&E, and they said we got it, and we did all the diagrams, showed it, all the loadings, everything we needed. They came out to the site, they looked at it, and said, "Yep, you're in process." You know how the process goes. Both times after months, they went dark. They changed personnel, it went dark, and by that time, the market had already dropped 30%. It was no longer economically viable to build those buildings.
You're not the only one having problems with
Yeah.
PG&E.
Yeah. So-
It is a constant complaint that we have. So, so should I assume then that the phase 1, phase 2, this construction of those 4 different buildings, that's not on the horizon, it's not going to happen?
No, there might be other uses for that land in the future, but not at this moment.
Okay. So,
Let me just
Go
reiterate
ahead.
one thing. There's multiple departments that will have to sign off on anything before anything is turned on there, before any gas is brought in or anything happens. We currently do this at another facility, and absolutely zero problems ever, 0 issues. So and that facility's been running for I think 5 or 6 years now.
So as I mentioned earlier, when you were going down on the site security, an annual audit of the site's security plan shall be submitted.
Well, okay.
Did you?
Submit.
Because police department.
The police department came out and did an inspection.
When you opened.
And recently. And they come out, I would say I've seen them a few times since we've opened.
Okay, so then it's a question for the police department to let us know how those inspections went.
I think Desmond?
Yeah,
Yes,
so-
Desmond.
Yes.
The chief can respond. We want to get him up here because he's been sitting back there for a minute.
Okay. All right. Your turn.
Yes, that is correct. Captain Bittner has been taking care of all of the inspections for our cannabis sites. He was just out there with the city team and Zoe. Before this location, if it is granted and approved and open, they will be back out there again for an inspection before they open.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And so then and continuing, security surveillance cameras shall be installed and maintained in good working order on 24-hour basis.
We already have that.
At the subcommittee, we said, okay, do you have access to the 24? And nobody had an answer.
What do you mean do we have access?
Do you keep those for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. The, just professionally monitored security alarms shall be installed. I assume
Yes,
that's.
it's already there,
That's fine.
actually.
Okay.
And we have 24-hour armed guards and dogs and, no, I'm just kidding, no dogs.
No, don't bring up dogs tonight again.
Yeah, I know, too much dog talk.
That's not gonna help.
Too
you.
much dog talk.
I'm looking around, okay. All right, those are some of the questions. I think what may be helpful as well, and I never speak for Councilmember Torres Walker, but I think it would be beneficial for at least a subcommittee to come out and do a tour on your property as soon as
Would
we
love
can.
for you guys to come out and tour. Let me just say one quick thing. This is, to go to the next step for us, even if we did everything perfectly in perfect time as fast as you possibly can, we're talking a year before this thing would get open, right? Because of all the different departments you have to go through. You have to get your machines. They take a little while. Everything has to be certified. So this isn't an over the night, we turn it on tomorrow type thing. There's a whole lot of other things we have to go through. This is just for us to be able to kick all that off and start investing.
So, I mean, conceptually, I don't have a problem with it. Most of my questions dealt with security, health issues and things of that sort. And I would prefer to have an ordinance that has been, reviewed and considered by the city council and approved. So, Mr. Cole, are we going to be able to do that in the foreseeable future?
Yes, and I do apologize. With all the work, but staff has a draft agreement that they've worked, and I will be reviewing that. So yes, I think at the early part of the year we could have an ordinance.
So it might be conceivable to actually bring something back to the council, the second meeting in January.
We would
or
have
first
to take
meeting
it to
in February.
we'd have to take it to the planning commission first, because it's part of our development title or development code. So yes, by February, I believe we can have something to you.
Okay, so
Well, yeah, but if I may, I mean, that's not even guaranteed. You might just get to that point and say, oh, let's not, you have a current ordinance, and the current ordinance
That
does
is
allow
flawed.
volatile, but it does allow volatile manufacturing, and so we're not asking for something outside your current ordinance, right? So this could be a 6-month delay, which, I'm just saying that's just doesn't seem
Right.
economical for anybody, but okay.
Even though staff has come up and said, yes, we can do this, I don't, you only need 3 votes, but do not feel comfortable with having an ordinance that is flawed as this one is. And I think it's kind of ridiculous that we would move forward on this approval without, correcting the ordinance. So that's where I'm coming from. The other
So that's
people
for
feel
any
different.
cannabis businesses going forward. Any,
Okay, we're having a discussion. Okay, we're not, there's only a couple of people here, Andrew.
So just to be clear, council can ask questions of an applicant or anyone, and that is calculated outside the time. That's the practice. Yes.
thank you.
Again, just as a reminder, irrespective of the good or the bad of the ordinance, council has the ability to approve changes, conditions in the operating agreement, and that would be a bilateral contract, so to speak. So you do have that discretion.
Take to prepare.
Well, I defer to the city attorney's office, but they've done about 8 of them so far, and they're pretty darn close to one another.
And this is the first one that deals with the volatile?
Yes, but regardless of the type of security plan, that's your place to insert your safety valves, so to speak.
All right, do we have an opponent to this project? All right, seeing,
We have a public comment, but
are you? Okay, we have an opponent to the project.
And it's my first time being an opponent. I know it'll probably get nowhere, because I just want to say I appreciate the fact that they have donated so much to Antioch. And it's weird because we didn't even talk about this. I have some of the same concerns about our ordinances and the volatile solvents. I've done a little bit of research, and they're basically, it's used to concentrate the THC up to 90 to 95% potency. So it's not like simple cultivation of marijuana. And my concern is with the kids. You guys are right on health and safety. You're all for the kids. And these controlled grow environments and modern techniques of extraction have turned cannabis into something that is like industrial strength. In a society increasingly eager to normalize marijuana use, we cannot ignore the impact of these products. Some of you may not know, but I've been married and divorced due to marijuana use, and now he's homeless. And he's the father of 2 of my kids. So that's why I'm the opponent today, because so basically, these products have are particularly hard on teens and like young adults. And while medical uses exist, and I'm pro that, the marketing strategies around town are not aimed at arthritis or cancer survivors. They're designed to appeal broadly and sometimes deliberately to younger audience via their signage, and Cocoa Farms is a great violator of that. Since previous administrations opened the floodgates of marijuana businesses in Antioch, whether that's good or bad, this is the moment to make stricter ordinances regarding the safety of our children and the health of our children. We have reported sales to minors, from other shops, smoke shops in our community that have not been addressed or worked on, to my knowledge. So to me, the urgency is really clear. The teenage brain is still developing around to age 25, and ultra potent THC affects cognitive impairment. It's an increased risk of mental health disorders. It's a higher addiction risk and functional impairment. I'm talking about teens and young adults. So compounding this concern, the planning department is also allowed approved a childcare business within 600 feet of Flavors. And they justified it by saying the dispensary was there first. I think the ordinance needs to be changed that you can't have childcare within 600 feet, whether who was there first or not. It makes me wonder if the planning commission are thoughtful in Antioch's future for a variety of reasons, and this is just one of them. So I think our signage regulations, I've read the ordinance and they are very vague. We need clear enforceable restrictions that reflect, our commitment to safety for our children in Antioch. Our sign regulations must be stricter, not looser, and explicitly designed to avoid attracting minors. Cocoa Farms, with its Coca-Cola inspired branding, is a prime example. Another shop on Somerville uses bubblegum font that says Flavors, which, heck, it could be an ice cream shop. That's what I first thought it was, till I knew better, I guess. These are intentional marketing strategies. They're not accidental design choices. Other cities have taken stronger measures, banning off-site advertising and graphics that appear, other cities have taken stronger measures, banning off-site advertising and graphics that appeal to underage audiences. Antioch, I would say, should do the same. Paragraph 8 of our current ordinance reads, signs should be used sparingly and should not state that cannabis or cannabis products are stored, sold, or handled on site. Images of cannabis or similarly identified graphics should be avoided. Text signage is preferable. That's the vague. The only person I know doing text signage is one plant off of or near Costco. Off the charts text, they have like a thing, so that one doesn't bother me anywhere. It's basically Flavors and Cocoa Farms that I have a problem with. Phrases like Antioch would prefer a single font, or in another part of the ordinance it says smoking or ingestion on site is discouraged. We should probably put smoking or ingestion on site is not allowed, not discouraged. They're too vague to enforce, and discouraged to me is like you're in a kindergarten class. No, honey, don't hit that kid. That's discouragement. That works in classrooms, but it doesn't really work in public safety ordinances. And that's basically my thing. This is just, to me, about the kids and the safety of our kids. And I want to see some changes in the ordinance as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We have no further public comments.
Okay, and does the opponent want to make a rebuttal to the statements that were made? No? Okay. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing. It's now before the city council for deliberation.
I was just curious, Dawn had already asked, I was curious if it had gone through the cannabis committee, but you confirmed it did not come, this didn't come from the cannabis committee.
Just as a point of order, if I may, no cannabis use permit has gone before the subcommittee. The process that's been in place since 2018 for cannabis use permits is that the application is heard by the Planning Commission for recommendation to City Council. Like it gets approved, let's say, then it goes, the operating agreement goes to the cannabis subcommittee, then it goes to the city council. So the operating agreement is what's been heard at the cannabis subcommittee. The use permits have not. So this application's been following that same process. I'd also maybe look to the city attorney just for clarity from a land use law perspective that this application was deemed complete. So changing ordinances, I believe this is a deemed complete application.
Correct. The land use standards in our zoning code would apply. We can't go and change, we can change those, but we could not apply those to this use. We can, the operating standards, which are in a different title of our code, if we change those, we can apply those to the operating permit or the operating contract, the operating agreement.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
I've been on the standing committee, and what staff highlighted as the process has been the process since the inception of cannabis here in the city of Antioch. Even before I was elected to council, knew that we had dispensaries. That was the process that the former council, former mayor, and former city manager, who is now Mayor Ron Bernal, knew about, and that was the process that's been the process forever. So I think like none of this type of stuff in the time that I've been here does not come to the standing committee, and it never has. So I don't know, maybe that also speaks to Councilmember Freitas's comments. Pretty soon, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas at 2 a.m. when we get out of here, is, you know, the concerns are correct, the comments are correct, wanting to revisit like the ordinance and all of that, but I think like then it's not just the ordinance that we reviewing based on our standing committee's authority, it is the overall process and procedure that's been in place for maybe more than what, how long? 7 years? 7 years?
2018 was when the
20
ordinance was established.
Yeah, 2018.
I'm not sure when the subcommittee was established offhand.
So, I mean, it goes back that far. So it wouldn't have came to us anyway, I guess is what I'm saying, at 11:38 at night.
Okay, and so, Mr. Cole, you're saying that existing ordinance, the application was deemed responsible, and so, okay, thank you. But in the future, this process may change.
Based on Derek Cole's statement that this falls in line with the current ordinance, I'm going to make a motion to approve this item.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Moving on to item number 8, introduction and waiver of the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Antioch amending sections 3-4.02, 3-4.03, 3-4.10, 3-4.11, 3-4.22, 3-4.24, and 3-4.25 of the Antioch Municipal Code concerning purchasing.
Mr. Mayor, as a point of order, I believe we have a consultant waiting on item number 10, which is the Home Key Plus. So would it be the pleasure of the council to rearrange so that we can take that item up, and then that person can, because of the late hour, they can get their item out through?
All right, do we have a motion to move item number 10 up ahead of item number 8?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item number 10 is, item number 10 is right. Item number 10 is amended and restated resolution of the City of City Council authorizing joint application to and participation in the Home Key Plus program.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. The City of Antioch and CSH Mahogany are co-applicants on the Home Key Plus project. City Council Resolution 25-89 authorized a joint application and participation in the Home Key Plus program. In November, the State Department of Housing and Community Development provided a letter to the city and co-applicant requesting that modifications be made to the previously adopted City Council resolution. Tonight, it is recommended that the City Council approve a resolution to amend and restate the prior authorization to comply with the state's template. David Storer, contract planner will provide a staff report for this item, including an update on the Home Key Plus project and the need for the restated resolution. The applicant, Punit Orgava, will then provide a presentation on the project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, David Storr. I'll be very quick. Maybe the shortest PowerPoint presentation of 5 slides that you've ever seen before in your life. But basically, in a nutshell, HCD has said we don't like the resolution that you adopted back in May, I think it was. We need it to fit our template. So what we did is repackaged it, brought it to you tonight for that particular item. But at the same time, I'm not the consultant that Mr. Cole's talking about. We have our co-applicant Punit, who's going to be joining us via Zoom. I'd like to just show you my 5 slides and move right along. So basically, just so the public can be aware, this is for the Comfort Inn on Mahogany Way, 1.94 acre site. You can see there on the right, the diagram on the right, where it is located near Auto Center. Basically, it's 85 units. It's going to be 84 livable units with 1 manager's unit. The timeline that was presented that you all saw way back when CSH Punit submitted to HCD had a timeline that we've blown past because Home Key Plus has not been awarded the money from HCD. We're still waiting for that day. The letter that we're referencing right now is one from HCD that says, you're almost there, you got a few things to correct, of which one of about a dozen things is having the resolution formatted to their template. So what we can expect from Punit is to have a revised schedule. It's a 1-year construction period. The start clock hasn't gone yet, so we're ready to go. This is just referencing the award, again, not being granted, so we're not moving into a process yet to do the environmental work. That will come after the award has been made. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comments.
All right.
Sorry, didn't see your hand.
Is there additional presentation? Okay.
Yeah, so is everyone able to hear me? This is Puneet. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and the Council, for staying late and giving the opportunity to give an update regarding Home Key Plus project. And as David pointed out, we had successfully submitted our application on May 30th. And even though it was the last day of submission, HCD announced in August that even with including all applications submitted by then, only half of the funding amount would be expended if all the projects are awarded. And as David was pointing out, so pretty much after receiving this letter, we are almost there. They identified only updates to some of the documents. All the updates to all the documents which were there except the resolution have already been submitted about 2 weeks back. They have been already accepted by HCD. They are reviewing them to confirm all the changes are acceptable. We are out here to get approval for the updates to the resolution to the new template HCD has. For the last 6 months, CSH has been working closely with the city manager, David, Zoe, Craig, and others in the staff, along with our team, with architects, civil engineers, and others to identify what needs to be done to have an entitled project, what needs to be done to get a permit, and all that to actually prepare ourselves. Once HCD awards us, then there is a clock which starts for delivering this in 12 months. We are trying to have the entitlement and permit by the time we actually are able to acquire this. We have actually spent in the last 6 months about $253,000 already. We have lined up all the resources to start the entitlement process as well as the permit process. And there is $400,000 which have been budgeted in 2025 and 2026 budget. We would like to request that to be dispersed now so that we can start the process which is needed for entitlement and site planning and others so that NEPA can be done. And at the time when we are awarded, we can acquire the property and deliver on the 12-month deadline. So two requests. One is approval for the updated resolution, and second is approval for the 400,000 which is in the budget to be dispersed now. Rest of the money we would request after the award.
All right, thank you. Are there any other presentations from staff on this?
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to be clear that myself as the city manager as well as our planning department have repeatedly said that the city does not give money pre-award, given the implications for our funding. So I just want to make it very clear that that was not in the first resolution, because we don't give money until after the award is awarded. It comes back to this council to then accept the award. Then the plans have to be approved, and then we would disperse. So I just want to be very clear about the process.
And this resolution does not include any financial obligations, correct? It's only restating what was approved back in May. Is that correct?
It includes the recognition of the 750,000 CDBG money, and then also recognizes the annual payments. It's the same resolution that was adopted. It doesn't.
But it is not pre-award disbursements.
And we were clear, and we have been clear. It says that the money will be made for purchase, acquisition, and rehab once the award has been made.
Okay.
So we're not changing any of the components of what was previously done.
All right. Thank you.
I thought he had said that it was 400,000 commitment up front. Is that what he said, or did I misunderstand?
That's what I believe he was asking for.
So that is different, right?
But what he's asking for it apart from what this item is.
That's not a resolution.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
So
it is different than what we.
What he's asking for is different, yes.
Yes. I'm not in favor of that. I'm in favor of updating the resolution that we had proposed back, I think it was May, wasn't it? And bringing that up to where we are today. The commitment, once awarded, would be the 750,000 from CDBG funds to go to the acquisition of the building, is my understanding. And then there would be a 1.2, I think, commitment annually. I think it's 5 years, and it could be can be moved forward, or whatever the right term is, to continue it. But that matches California providing, I think it's up to 33 million. So to me, I think I would suggest that we continue what we agreed to back in May, just update it to where we currently are, and if awarded, we make those financial commitments, but not make any commitments until such time we have received, that we are getting the reward.
All right, before we go further, is there any public comment on this?
Yes, Mr. Becker?
Oh, I'm sorry. I spoke too soon.
Thank you. So we are now in Home Key Plus, the fourth round of Home Key. The city of Antioch has not submitted any previous Home Key applications prior to this Home Key Plus application. City staff, to my knowledge, has not worked on any previous Home Key projects. So my question is, why is city staff sitting here so adamantly saying, we are not gonna do something that HCD themselves are telling other agencies to do? Get yourself ready for these applications. Like, we're all so aware of Home Key and what the requirements are, right? So maybe city staff can tell you about the city of Long Beach, who was awarded funds and then had to return those funds to the state because they could not follow through on their standard agreement and meet the deadlines that the state had put before them. You literally have a state of California that says, we had $2 billion where 50% of it was applied for, over the counter. And then you have a state that sent back a threshold letter that said, just get us back these documents so we can get you awarded. And you have a developer that to date has completely done this on their own dime. And he hasn't said it, so I will say it just so you all know. He's in New York right now. It's 2:51, and he's getting on a plane at 5:45. That's what you all did to this developer that came to our city to help us. Also, nobody here mentioned that the state of California said that this resolution needs to be back to them by November 25th. And multiple times, a special meeting was requested so that this item could be taken care of and we could move for that award, and you all said you didn't want to give the time. Yes, that is exactly what happened. You are right now 14 days past when the state of California said. So what I request is all of you get the letter that came from HCD that said if you don't get these documents back by the 25th, you might not get your funds. And this developer is on the phone with HCD fighting so you keep your $30 million. And you won't even release $400,000 so he can go get his entitlements? And shame on your planning staff who knows how long it takes to put something through NEPA and CEQA, which we're gonna get exemptions on. He has to go and draft those plans. That's what you all don't realize. The plans that they need submitted have not even been drafted. You have the money to draft them. This is ridiculous what you were all doing for HomeKey. If this is your level of commitment, shame on you all.
All right. Any other public comment?
No further public comments.
All right.
I have a question to Mr. Storr. My question is, we've heard 33 million, 30 million, and on the resolution is 34.9. Which one is correct?
So when the resolutions are written, council member, it is recommended by HCD to keep it at the highest so that if there are changes, if HCD has any additional money they can give, they always suggest to go to the highest. So 35 million is the total.
Is it 34.9?
34.9.
know what, because
Yes.
I
What
heard
is the
this number
resolution?
change. I just want to make sure we have the right number.
That's close enough. I have in the application that was submitted to HCD, a total requested home key award. That's the capital and operating plus the 50% relocation costs of 34,556. And if I can just address a couple of comments that were made. I do have experience with.
So what number do we put in the resolution? 35?
34.9.
No, we
35, that's fine.
kept so we kept 34,900,000 in the first resolution, which was approved in May, and the number is exactly the same which was approved prior by the council. So we haven't changed any of those numbers. Those numbers are higher than what was submitted in the application, which is a recommendation by HCD. Any HCD application, whichever has been submitted
I just
in
want to know what the number is.
In the
And it says
resolution.
34.9. Okay. That's
The
all I know.
resolution.
34.9.
all I wanna know.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may just make a comment, I do have that experience with
Yes.
HCD and HubKey to respond to the comment that was made. And furthermore, I've had recent conversations with HCD about the NEPA process. We are exempt from CEQA.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Torres Walker.
I guess so we keep mentioning CDBG, right? The initial commitment to this, it was not to come out of CDBG PLHA funds. It wasn't. We didn't even know that that was a possibility to happen until we found out that one of our applicants for PLHA funds couldn't acquire the property that they wanted to acquire with the funds that were granted to them, right? And so then it was proposed after the council already made the financial commitment to go back and look at the CDBG PLHA funds that were now back on the table as a result of losing an applicant that couldn't acquire a property for development because it was actually assessed at under the amount they initially were going to pay for the property out of the funds, which would have meant that that individual developer for housing for unhoused folks, permanent to temporary transitional housing, would have gotten that money up front from the city to purchase the property. They would not have had to wait to purchase the property, to acquire the property and then come to the city and say, we acquired the property and give us the money. They would have gotten the money up front to acquire the property. And so it has not been the process, like if we were going to use the CDBG process, it has not been the process to wait. The process has been, you get awarded the dollars, you get the dollars, you acquire the property. So when this council had the conversation about supporting this, initially it was general funds, it was not CDBG dollars. CDBG committee met once to talk about what the potential process would be to actually use those dollars. And we never really came to a true conclusion because there were so many other things going on. And then it was brought to my attention that we actually did not need federal approval to actually reassign those funds like we were told initially by staff. So then the question was, do we need federal approval? Do we not need federal approval? Who could get back to us? On the heels of that, our only consultant who runs all of our back office around CDBG was questioned around their integrity, their work, and how they were getting paid, and has not come back since. So the CDBG committee has no staff had no staff to even meet to talk about how we can reallocate those funds. So even having a conversation about CDBG at this table, that was never, CDBG was only an exploration process. Nothing has moved forward there. So therefore the funds that have been agreed to are still general fund dollars. So I'm just curious of where, what is the resolution? I know right now we're just talking about we need to clean this up. I know it's behind. I know it should have been done in September. That's why I was asking for, in November, that's why I was asking for a special meeting, since we had doubled the amount of meetings we already had, and we seem to could get a special meeting on the books when there's anything else but home key. And so, I'm not sure what the goal is here, but this will have been a lot of energy and staff time spent. And I appreciate everybody who worked behind the scenes, especially Puneet and his team. And my hope is that the city of Antioch does not miss out on another round of home key because we're pigeonholing ourselves and aren't willing to partner in the way we need to.
Hold on. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I want to make a motion that we extend the meeting to 12:15.
All right, we have a motion to extend the meeting to 12:15. I have a second.
Second.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes
All right.
5-0.
And our directors, our planning is here to talk about, actually am curious as to whether we got the extension for that November 25th submission date.
So Puneet can address his conversations with HCD staff. He's worked with them before, obviously. But the sequence of events is regardless of the money, if we do, according to HCD, if we use the NEPA, then we need to go ahead and do what's called a categorical exclusion, which is like a CAT exemption under CEQA. And we're ready to sign the contract. We've got a proposal ready to go. That will be about $20,000. Could we absorb that as a city before the award? Sure, we can get that process going. It's still going to take 4 months. And at the same time, your building department staff are ready to take those plans and plan check them once Punit submits them. So we're ready to go. Planning staff, Zoe, we're ready to get the entitlements going. So the critical point for me is, at what point do we spend staff time and money if the award is never granted? So yes, it'd be a sunk cost for $20,000 to get the NEPA going. We'd like to do that. And maybe those funds don't come out of CDBG, but maybe it counts towards the $750,000 in one form or another. So we're ready to go. We're not going to miss that opportunity. I think I'll be probably the first one called, or Bessie, after
Yeah.
Puna gets the award.
Yeah, and the $20,000 was also within my signing authority, so I said it was fine with the staff. Hopefully that's okay. I don't want to cause a community uproar, but we wanted to get this going so we could hit the ground running when and if we do get awarded.
But one clarification, and David, you can add to that. For that NEPA $20,000, you actually need the building plans, correct? You need the plans to be submitted for NEPA, and that has to be done. We
No,
haven't
Punit,
had
if I can, Punit, we don't need the level
Yeah.
of detail that you're thinking of. These are not the plans that you'll submit for construction drawings. We just need a simple site plan of existing conditions. Give me a north arrow and a scale bar and we'll call it good. We just need to give enough information for the land use consultant to prepare the NEPA document. It doesn't need to go that level of detail.
Hold on. So is the matter before us attachment C?
It would be, I think we put the resolution that we need to have approved as the first item, the first
Well,
one.
no, they're two. Attachment A is a resolution, attachment C is a resolution.
Well, there was one that
so
was.
A is the correct one, or is it C?
I'll be happy to come and take a look. I know that when I wrote the staff report, I have the existing.
Yeah, you got A, B, and C. Just.
Right, so which one is the one that's they want?
Well, I think the red ink was.
That was the markup of the
change.
red line. Yeah, I believe it is attachment A. I think Zoe was telling me that we always put the resolution as the first attachment that we want you to address.
Really? Okay, if that's how you interpret it.
Yes, it is.
I move approval of attachment A.
Second.
A motion and a second. I'm going to make a comment on this. What? I'm going to make a comment. My position from the original resolution hasn't changed until we have a handle on our deficit and, hearing from our public works employees today, which I'm sure represents the sentiment of other employees. I'm not going to be voting yes on this. So please cast your votes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Mayor Ron Brunel voting no.
All right, moving back, it's 12:04. Moving back to public hearing introduction. Already read that whole title. Item that right.
Mr. Mayor,
Can you figure out what's
I am
important?
exhausted.
What's important? What's important?
Eight, 9, can we hold those over?
Just do 11 and call it a night.
Unfortunately, some people are waiting with regards to the warming discussion, but.
What about 12?
Thanks for staying with us.
Good night.
I'll make a motion that we, I make a motion that we delay or hold over item 8, 9, and 12. Oh, and 2, which was the 90-day to our first meeting in January, and we take up item number 11.
Okay, so we'll go with item number. We're still gonna talk about the warming center if you were sticking around for that. Oh, did you? That's 11. Did you? Oh, you put 12 in there too to continue.
8, 9, 10, and 12.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So do we have a motion to continue everything left except for item number 11? Have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
It was a discussion. Okay, item number 11, selection of the mayor pro tempore for the 2026 calendar year. City Attorney Cole.
Yes, this item is before the council, given the hour, I'll stand on the staff report. The current designee is Councilmember Freitas. If he declines, then it appears that Councilmember Wilson would be the next available. So if Councilmember Freitas is willing to accept the responsibility and the obligation, then a motion can be made. And I don't know if there's public comment on this item, but the motion can be made to appoint him as the mayor or vice mayor for 2026.
All right, so that's.
Mayor, I object to Councilmember Freitas being sworn in as the mayor.
Okay, I thought that was.
Go for it.
I'm kidding. I'm tired.
Is there any public comment on this item?
We have no public comments.
All
I'll
right.
second it.
We have was that a motion, Councilmember
Yes,
George
motion.
Walker? Oh, we have
So
a
moved.
Motion is second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, and thank you for your service, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
It's been a long year.
Cashier. Okay.
Now we're going to the next meeting.
Oh, next meeting. Okay, public comments.
Mr. Becker?
Thank you. A couple quick comments since housing is such a large topic tonight. It is December 10th, officially. So that means that your California Strategic Growth Council and Housing Community Development Board will be meeting today for the AHSC Round 9 allocations and awards and recommendations. And I came before this council many times previously talking about AHSC and all the opportunities that provided, and spoke on the $775 million that the state of California made available. Well, that was a wrong number. It was not $775 million. After all of the projects that they reviewed, the state of California decided to come back with $835 million in recommendations. Out of your cap and trade dollars, your cap and trade dollars. I want to remind everybody here in this room and in this city of Antioch that these are your state dollars. This is now a record $4.2 billion that have gone out for projects that the young gentleman that hopefully is at home in bed now because all of the education that he's learning at Antioch High School spoke about and was so educated on. When he spoke about that census tract, that's where one of these projects would have gone. When he spoke about that percentile that we were in, that's how we would have scored on that application. It's $35 million that goes to build the housing and $15 million that comes to you as a city or a local agency as a grant for Class 2 bike lanes so that the bicyclists that have been hit and killed here in our city over the last 12 months would have a safe place to travel. The pedestrian walkways that, once again, the pedestrians who are getting hit by vehicles would have a safe place to travel. The lighting that would go in front of the businesses that are complaining that they are getting broken into and are suffering from blight, that's where it would go. And respectfully, Mr. Mayor, when I talk to you about all of these opportunities for our city, when I talk to you about that youth recreation space down at the Babe Ruth Fields and all of the development opportunities, you don't want to return phone calls except to give me but 3 minutes. I'm sorry, you called me and you gave me 4 minutes, 1 minute over a public comment. I have council members that sit down with me for hours and have to listen to me, even though I know they probably don't want to. And then you make side comments about how the first lady could come to our city as a joke? I mean, this is not a joking matter for me, Mr. Mayor. This is a serious opportunity for our city and what you ran on. Let us get these dollars.
Any other public comment?
No further public comments.
All right. Moving on to staff communications.
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to say on behalf of our staff, we wanted to give our condolences to outgoing Mayor Pro Tem Rocha and to thank him for his leadership, his guidance, the way that you're fair and tough on us. But we really appreciate how you show up with staff. You know, we always talk about it and really thank you for this last year being, you know, really cool, the best travel buddy, best adventure buddy. We did miss some flights together. That was your fault. But it was probably my fault actually, because I'm always running late. But I just wanted to say thank you. I also wanted to thank the staff for their diligence and tenacity over this calendar year. The number of meetings, the laughs, the tears, seeing them in my first year, kind of being in their silos to where they communicate very frequently, really hold space for each other and for their teams. I couldn't have asked for a better leadership team and better staff, including the staff that give us, you know, their opinions and push back on us, like what happened tonight with our public works group. So I really appreciate it. Other than that, I think it's just too late to have my list, so I will bring it in January. But I wanted to say, because we understand that the warming center was a big priority for this council on the 2nd, we will be working with our community, public safety community resources, as well as RECA sent emails and churches to see what we can stand up in the interim. You know, under my questioned authority, hopefully I won't spend $50,000 to, you know, have warming shelters, but I think there's some things that we can do since we have a couple nights that are gonna be pretty low before we meet again.
All right, thank you. Council communications and future agenda items. Councilmember Freitas? No. Torres Walker? No. Or excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas? Sorry. Councilmember Wilson?
I'll save mine to the next meeting.
All right, Councilmember Rocha?
None.
All right, none for me. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0. Meeting is adjourned at 12:14 a.m. Thank you.
I'll get you guys one of those tubes.